Cybersect, hi. Welcome in. How are you? It is not scented. I just hate this fucking screen. Right now, when I'm on this scene, something's not working, and every time it pisses me off, and every time I forget, but I can't fix it. But welcome in. How's the day going? How's everything? Like, yeah, no, it's supposed to be there. The thing is, it's not. It's not. It's not. Ah, goddamn. Goddamn. Can I see it at least? You know, it is scented. That's the thing. And I can't interact with it because if I interact with it, then it's gonna break. So, well, it's supposed to be scented. That's all I'm gonna say. So, you know, the little thing that pops in above my head. Oh, goddamn. What do you mean you're late again? You're not late. You're early. You're the first today, at least. I mean, I was first, but you know, that makes sense. That does make sense. Oh, I have done shoulders today, and the pull-ups are gonna be hard. I'm gonna say that now because it doesn't really. I don't just do shoulders. I do the whole thing. But yeah, uh, I see. If you buy a drill, um, if you don't have one, and if you had one and it broke, right? There's this thing that I haven't. That's not something that I came up with. That's something that someone else said, and I'm absolutely in an agreement with. Buy the cheap one, and if you break it, it means that you have used it enough to justify the buying of the most expensive one or the more expensive one, the more fancy one. But if you just need something really quickly and it needs to do the job, buy one that is not like the most expensive. And then if you use it enough and it breaks, then yeah, even drill bits, same things. Like at the end of the day, drill bit is a drill bit. Will drill the hole or not, and so fancy or not fancy, sometimes it's kind of the same thing. The quality of the bits is important because sometimes they can break like really really quickly. But if it's for terrace renovations and you need to do something like a deck in wood, then you're kind of good. If it's for uh, drilling holes in concrete, you need something specific. So, I mean, you know, I mean, you know what you need. That's what I'm gonna say. You know what you need, then that's all. That's all that matters. I have some news. I don't know if I can call that news. They are not that, like necessarily good news. They're not bad news either. But this has been, or for me right now, it's not for everyone. It's just for myself. Has been kind of updated with a bit more information, a bit more content from the stuff that I wanted to work on, and it is better. I'm still thinking that some of the stuff that I have in place would benefit from being in some other places, but you know, I'm gonna go over things as always. So let me pick that up because it's always really weird to just look down. Um, so the thing that we have now is the sync system. Stony, hi,
Stony underscore Eagle just resubscribed for 39 months. Oh no, it can't be.
That's a long time. That is a long time. Thanks a lot for the resub, Stony. Walk away. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. So this thing, it's a mess. Be ready. We have not this one. We have this. So we have a bit of a lag because there is too much data. That is also we have some ASP right now. One when you arrive in, that's perfect. Um, we have a lot of lags in between the tap and the change. Like there is 1.5, 1.7 seconds. I know 1.7 is kind of weird, but yeah. Um, so that's bad, but I'm fixing it. So we have this news, which is the study consistency, where we have the ability to see something that is still glitchy right now, but kind of working to see how much you have practiced in the past few days, year, whatever. And so it goes back to the first time you have practiced. Right now, my first time is supposed to be December or November, but that's not the case. The data goes back to February, which is I'm inferring uh, a number based on the user streak rather than anything else for now. So we'll see how good that is. But yeah, that not the best, but because we don't have the data just yet, it is making a lot more sense for me to just, use that for now as inferred data. But you have the ability to check, like GitHub is doing, the progress, the practice, the thing that you have made per category on each thing. So right now I'm in hiragana. If I'm going into katakana, I have different elements. As you can see, it's glitching every time I'm changing the page. That's really bad, and I'm trying to fix this, and I can't. But it's fine. But yeah, no, nonetheless, we have things that are pretty good overall. I can see what I'm working on and what is worked on well enough. That's the new thing. If you retap on it, you get the bottom thing that goes away. I don't like the 30 days, to be honest. I feel like this is too small, just like me. But as a starting point, I feel like that's going to be enough. Secondly, um, we have the response time trends. This thing is the most broken chart I have put in place in the entire lifetime of this app. So basically, it works when you don't touch it, it then goes away. So if I start moving the screen, god damn it, if I start moving the screen or do something about it, and there is like a UI refresh that happens, the charts right there is gonna go the fuck away, and I right now, and I don't know why, and And so in order to put it back in, I need to go back into my last 30 days and then click back on my last 30 days and then click on whatever the fuck I want to see or not see or, whatever, all that. It's kind of weird, but it's an okay thing. Um, but yeah, I will figure that out. I don't really understand why UI refresh is deleting the chart itself. Oh, God, Dave. Oh, stop. But, that's something. So, that's the first thing. This one is kind of weird. We have another one that is the same thing underneath, but that's different. These things, learning dimension, I don't like it. And it's a nice animation, it's a nice transition, like that's fine. But overall, I don't think it's that useful. And the presentation that I have made for now is kind of so we'll see. This is new, and it shows you the stage in which the thing that you are learning on. So the bigger the number, as in mastered for me, the purple one, the highest stage in space repetition system your learning is. So right now I have 50 elements that are currently in mastered, uh, which makes absolutely no sense because I have way more than this. So that whole system, the data is false and not accurate at all. So that's a weird thing. And then if I go into, instead of current, and I go into over time, it just doesn't want to show anything. And yes, there is way too many colors, way too many colors. I don't like this view. I think the chart itself has a nice design to it, but the design itself is really bad. So I will change that for sure. We'll probably just keep the card at the bottom, and not the chart because it doesn't make a lot of sense. But we'll see. Anyways, this is useful-ish. I know. So now we have problematic items. So if you have been practicing and you have been taking more time or making mistake on the same character over and over, you will have what we call leeches that will basically pull you down in your learning practice and all that. And so these cards right there are the remember to practice these words specifically. I feel like this is one of the elements that needs to go up in the list because you kind of want to know where you have some issues first, rather than like close to the bottom. But like technically, this is not the bottom. It's a long page. Um, so all that. Flora, hi, welcome in. How are you? So after that, you have the SRS analytics, which is based on how many kanji you've seen. Right now, I have a threshold at 50 to get the data and get a little bit of good information. But for now, it's kind of broken, but it's going to grow. Question types for the kanji specifically, because we are in kanji right now. We have 3 question types: reading, meaning, reading, and recall overall. Um, and most of the data right here is currently inferred, like that's the orange thing on the side, which I wish I could zoom in, but I can't, not right now. So this is useful if you have been using the app with the space repetition system for a long time. Otherwise, it's kind of useless. Like the data that I have right now tells me that everything is absolutely great. It's excellent on every front. I'm at like 96% on all entries because I just have everything mastered because I'm testing the app, and so obviously I have everything mastered. So that's no good. Um, it also gives me like some data that makes absolutely no sense, as in 1,572 attempts in total per type of question. No, I didn't. I didn't practice that many questions. I don't think so. I mean, maybe I did. I don't. You know what? I don't know. Maybe I did. Anyways, dang. So that's potential. After that, I have the learning progress over time, which I think is a bit better of a representation than the other one. So the stage over time that I had earlier, like this one, stage distribution, is debatable good, but also not that good compared to this one, which is probably going to help you more understand where you stand in your learning journey. So what we expect from this curve is to be roughly like a plateau-y thing, because you start with the easiest like N5 level kanjis, and then you go into more on N4 that has like 200 kanjis. Like the first one has 100, the N4 has 200 and something, the N3 has 700 kanjis, and then N2 has 1,000, and then 1 has 10,000. Technically on the app, 7,000, but so the amount that you get is probably going to be some sort of um, a static. Like it's still going to go linearly up because you are learning more and more, but it is supposed to go kind of either this way or that way. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It depends on the person. Anyways, then you have the performance that has 2 versions. I don't know why I have 2 versions, but I have 2 versions. And you have the basic things, which is just the completion rate of that section, which is kind of bad. Like right now, you probably can't see that because it's too tiny. again, like me. And it tells me that I have currently studied 356 characters out of the 10,000 totals that I have, which means that I have studied 1% of the content that I have for kanjis. I fear, personally speaking, that this is going to be something that is scary for some users. Where they arrive here, they have practice for like 3 months, 6 months, whatever. They get the data, and the data is telling them that they have only practiced 1%. You have both, I think, both sides. One type of people would say, "Cool, I have a lot more to grow from," and other people might say, "No, that's not the case. I have learned nothing." So I don't know. Maybe I will just keep this view because the more detailed view is a bit more visually pleasing, but it's also again a lot of colors, like a lot of colors. The colors make sense, as in the the green means that it's positive.
Katek
Uh,
Soho just resubscribed for 34 months. Oh
got
damn.
they, got they, both of you today. Welcome in, Ken. How are you? Thanks out for the resub. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Are you still at work? Mm-hmm. Well, that answered my question. Cool. Have a good nap. Have a good nap. So yeah, so this one I don't know yet, but it's okay. I think I'm gonna need to do some data visualization a bit more on this one, but it happens. After that we have the JLPT breakdown. Chris, hi, welcome in. Which basically gives you a bit of a breakdown of each JLPT thing. That's the plan. Um, and have a good leave, Stoney. um, and it's I don't like it. I feel like there is a lot of data for no reason, and I think I need to revamp this view again. I understand that some people might like the detailing of the data, but I might do something like simple view and detail view where you load the simple view first and you just have like the first line of how much characters you have learned and or mastered out of the total. That makes more sense. But yeah, um, well, have a good rest of your day, Jody. I guess. I guess. No TV UI review for you today then. I thought that would have been the case, but that's not the case. And then question for gathering at the bottom. This is the whole page for kanjis, and then you have the same thing for dictionaries, but you have more data because dictionaries have more data overall. As in all of these ones characters, I have a lot of issues with. Like I'm taking a lot of time, so I'm getting like a lot of information, and it seems like a lot, but I'm just on the top 10, and I also have a top 20, and there is probably like more than 20 in total that I have that are currently in problem for analysis. So I feel that again, this is going to be not a good idea, and not a good representation. The scroll view is that was really weird. Scroll view is debatable, and it might be beneficial for me to have like a carousel. I know, me, a carousel, but we'll see. And then you have conjugation questions on dictionaries, which is different, or one more type of question that you don't have on kanjis. Same thing for learning progress. And then there's the performance thing, but I, I, I can't see it for some reason. So the inferred data doesn't work. And then the dictionary is also kind of broken. I said specifically that it needed to only show if the dictionary has a progress mastered character of more than one, but apparently that doesn't work. So we end up with a lot of empty things. And then the last thing is weird, and I don't like it, and it's gonna be removed. But I know. So this is the data analytics slash uh, well, data that I can have for now, that I have made today, and I mean that I made today, that I have okayed today. Been working on that for like 2.5 weeks, um, and it's just weird. Like it's giving me things like here. It's telling me that I have practice on dictionaries, 35,000 questions, 35,373 questions, which maybe, but I don't think so. Um, the reason why I don't think so is because I mostly take um, this dictionary as a practice attempt, which apparently got unplugged for no reason. Um, so this one is the 1,000 dictionaries, the first 1,000 words dictionaries, and I am currently on the chunk 15, which is the 450 words, first words of that dictionary. In order to master a chunk, you need to have the entry at level 6, progress number 6, which means that I need to see at least that element 6 times to get it mastered. And so if I do 6 times 450 at a minimum, that's not 33,000. That's like 3,000 at best. So there is like a 10K more, or 1,000x in terms of data that I'm getting that I'm not supposed to get. So I'm gonna see. I have made some progress on other dictionaries, but not enough to count as 1,000 entries or three 30,000 entries. So you know, there's definitely some issues. But yeah, that's the overall news for this thing. It is pretty nice. The thing that I'm debating right now is, from a user point of view, would it be useful to have the information here? Like, for example, if you loaded, if you started the app and then instead of having the search bar at the top, you had something that stated your overall metrics for that section. Like you are currently at X amount out of X amount, and you need to practice, or it would be beneficial for you to practice more in the N2 categories or in the N3 categories because that's where you are currently learning. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it could be useful, but also this is going to be empty in terms of metrics. This is going to be empty as well because we don't have enough data. And then the only one that has SRS data is the dictionaries and the countries because there is enough things, enough content to infer like a bit of a greater timeline. So I don't know. But yeah, overall, like having something in here that states um, like things, but even then, there is a lot of thing that I'm absolutely unsure. As in, right now, right now, you do not decide what will go in the quiz. The only thing that you know is that the words that are in here are going to be in the quiz. Like the 25 words that are in here are going to be in the quiz. The one that have not like a mastered level, so the one that have the yellow thing, so Shashin right here, sorry, Shashin for pictures, and the one that is at the top that we saw a second ago, right about, god damn it, right here, Konkai, which is now, or this time. These two are going to be at the top of the priority list because they are not still, or they are still not mastered in that chunk, but the one that have been mastered already are going into deprioritization based on their levels, and we reintroduce words from the previous chunks to make sure that you know what you're talking about. SRS data, like the regular space repetition thing. The thing is, because you don't really know what you are going to practice, at this point. The fact that I have the information in the profile that states um, right here, you need to practice these words, like these words and these kanjis for that dictionary needs to be practiced first. You don't really know where that is. So that's the thing. I right now, as I said, right now I did the research on what was requested from a user point of view, what type of data they wanted to have based on other apps, other platform, other things, myself, and implemented everything. Like just made sure that I had everything, and now I'm trying to make sure that it is um, as beneficial as it should be, and because it is something that is requested on other apps in order to have like some sort of a differentiation, not the right word, an edge, not the right word. Mm. Differentiating, maybe differentiating features in the app. Uh, I might build something around the creation that I already have, but at the end of the day, if it's not beneficial to me and if you don't have the ability to do anything with it, I don't know if I'm going to keep it. But at the end of the day, it's fine. Though, with all of that data and all of that new migration that I put in place, I now have a way more complex database with a lot more fields I didn't plan on having, but now I have them anyways. And that is potentially for later down the line where all of these data come back because, we needed it, or some users have requested it and they really wanted to have these things, or the quiz is a bit better and way more organized. I don't know. We'll see. But that's the thing. So yeah, that's the that's the overall news. That's a lot of news to be honest. Um, but yeah, like all of that makes no sense. The fact that this is 6,000 questions kind of makes sense because it's 69 characters per section. So here we have 69 characters in total, or a bit, yeah, 69. And then you need 6 times out of this to reach mastery. And because when you are doing your first batch, you are doing more, like some of them are already mastered, but you see them again in the quiz for memory and all that. 6,000 makes sense. The quiz for the kanjis and dictionaries makes no sense. And I don't know. I do not know. So yeah, that's where we are. That is where we are. But that's good progress, at least from my point of view. I think it's a pretty good progress. It's gonna be okay. It's just gonna take a while to figure out what is good. Today I did the problematic characters and some of the charts in terms of rewriting the text, in terms of getting the right data, and it's just formatted weird. Like, I mean, obviously it is, but I feel like there is a lot of things in there that would not make sense, or would make sense, or could make sense, which I just realized that I not showing anything. Um, Much better. That the way that is put in place is weird. Like all of these ternary operation of if the response time is above 5, then you get the clock. If not, then you get the bolt. And that makes sense. But then the string says like the string settings, the way that the text is organized, and the way that the uh, translation layer of Xcode works is really not my thing. I don't like translating things. So, yeah, one person, one French person, sent me a DM yesterday, technically last night, but I saw it this morning, um, about them, older coworker that I used to work with, and then that left the company, or yeah, left the company at some point. Um, Send the app to one of their friend that is currently in Japan, and that friend is using the Android version, and that reminded me that I haven't touched the Android version since March, maybe, and that there is a lot of things in there that are really bad. So we might have to do a bit of Kotlin soon, compared to Search which is kind of sad. But yeah, I mean, some of the point that they had was some of the conjugation are wrong, which I need to fix that as soon as I can. And then some of the behavior, some of the features inside of the app would be beneficial if it was like a bit more uh, writing friendly too, which I assess that it's not the case. That's not good. But I mean, you know that. Anyways, we have some things. I have way less likes compared to Monday, because Monday was like a long one. But yeah, I have way less. It's pretty nice. There is a lot of interesting things happening in terms of micro interaction. We've seen this one before as a single button, but I feel like this half micro interaction for visual aid of where you need to swipe or tap or do something is pretty interesting. The design overall is really nice. Again think that this is going to be extremely easy to achieve in the latest version of iOS, because you would have the ability to do the concentric, and so it will take the proper corner radius automatically. So that's really nice. And in this really, really small detail, the inner space is rounded at the end right there. And I don't really know how they did this, other than potentially having like a line that has a rounded cap and then a gray thing that is underneath. But yeah, that's a nice small detail, and they have like a lot of nice small details all over their UI. So that's nice stuff. Nice stuff. Um, we've seen other things, as in this is kind of sad. If you're an icon designer, this is kind of sad, where you can see that the more we evolve in the evolution of macOS icons, but also other icons, the more minimalistic it becomes. And it's kind of sad. Some of them are not minimalistic. Like the trash can is pretty much the same. It's kind of flat, but it flattens in terms of how it looks, the shape that it has. But like this is kind of sad. I wish they had kept at least the pen, even if it's on top. But because we're losing the ability to get things outside of the bound, like here, that's not good. So yeah, it's a bit of a sad point here and there, um, but we'll see. We will see. And then Nettie got banned. He's live now. He got like a 1 day ban, but he made this video which was really fun about like people saying that you can't have multi-chat, like combined chat on your stream, and basically got banned apparently for this. So that's fun. That's fun to see. Nonetheless, Rivio or Rivio, I don't know how to pronounce this thing. I'm saying Rivio because of Rive, but I don't know. Or Rivo, Rivio, I guess it sounds French, is a really interesting app to create some effects, and it uses like a lot of shaders inside of iOS. And the whole thing is really nice. They have like a ton of presentation and video that showcase what it can do. There is a ton in there that I just want to grab the shader and then use on my side, because they are really nice. And again, it every time I see some of their video presentation, I'm like, I need to learn this. I need to learn this tech to get access to what they have, because you know, we need to. We need to. Like, look at that. Look at that thing. It's just it's just so nice. It's just so nice. It's just shaders. So, you know, like it. Anyway, moving on. Um, this one was nice. We talked about Pixel Princess before, which is a pretty simple and nice plugin to create like pixel art outline for your content based on vector shapes. So we do like this. And overall, it's really nice. It does like a very, very simple thing of pixelating the outline of anything in a way that makes sense for the thing that is selected. And so this one is pretty interesting. It keeps the content in a non-pixelated way, but the outside gets jagged edges. And so you get something that is a bit more interesting. You know, it's fun. It's fun stuff. Design. Design. Um, these guys made uh, a severance-based video for their announcement of a new feature, which is pretty impressive. Like the editorial and what's the name? Um, the cost, the quality of the video itself is pretty nice. So I don't really know how good this is. As always, this is an ad, so you know, like it's gonna showcase the non-expected, but like supposed behavior, most effective behavior, and it's pretty nice. But yeah, the production quality, that's the thing that I was looking for as a word. Yes. And then we have some news that Joy from Alex is coming to the Mac. So if you haven't followed, we've been using Joy for the iPhone in the test flight version, and now they also have a version for Mac, which is pretty impressive to have like a transfer in not a build for iPad kind of way. I think it might be some sort of build for iPad kind of way, but I don't know. So we'll see. But yeah, overall, it's a pretty nice app. It's a kind of to-do list reminder type of thing, and we do like it. We do like it. It looks good. It looks good. I don't think I have anything to say for this. It just looks nice. It's a very, very simple logo. It looks like what is this called? The thing that you use to iron out, like the little holes thingy. That is weird. You know, that you put into a frame or mattress and then you just iron it out so that you have a plastic frame of something. We used to do that for keychains. I'm old, I know. But yeah, this is a pretty cool logo overall. It's a nice concept. It's simple. It will work at any size because it's basically pixels. And even though it has like some details here and there in terms of the in between, I think that's nice. That's a nice ID. That is a nice ID. So, you know, just keeping that in. Just keeping that in. These are cool. We talked about them last week in terms of pastel. They are a bit less pastel-y today. Interesting. But they have added this bubbly transition thingy. So if I take one of them that is really good, I'm guessing, I mean, some of the top one are pretty nice. Like they have these for the transition in between the button itself and the element. If these are considered tooltip, it would be the tail of the tooltip. And they have made this in a way that is a bit more interesting and different than, you know, all the other ones. So I think that this is a pretty, it's pretty. This is a pretty, that's all. We could stop the sentence there. It's a pretty tooltip thing. It has a lot of details that are, to my taste, useless. But, you know, whatever. Whatever. Going back to some of the thing that DMVRG, I don't know how to pronounce the name, has been creating. This one is really cool. They have like a bit of a control box control pen that can be pinch and positioned, and then the touch like the touch definition is on that really touch surface. I don't know if this is like an old iPod Touch because it looks like it in terms of the size, or if it's something that they have built themselves. But overall, this is a really interesting potential control for the latency that we have and the nice looking visuals as always. It's something that if you think about it, you could have this on a ring on your fingers, something like Doctor Strange ring that has like a bit of a flat surface, right? But inside, and it's just a scroll wheel, a scroll touch surface on your fingers. That would be a great thing to have to navigate the web or whatever in a VR environment. So yeah, I have another one earlier, like above on the feed. But yeah, we have some nice blue as always. As always. What else did we see? This one was interesting, but not that interesting. But yeah, no, that's about it. Where the fuck is this thing? I liked one other that is really nice, so it just went away. Maybe they removed it. Maybe they removed it. Um, they have this one, which is like the same controller, but with an accelerometer, so that it reacts to rotation, and it's kind of similar to some of the thing that we have seen 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, roughly. They're really nice for AR and VR environment. Most of their things is AR based, and yeah, as always, if you haven't followed them and you don't like follow through what they are doing, please do. Please do. Just you know, just do it. Just get in there. There is like a ton of things in there that are really good, and it's going to help you if you are someone, if you are a designer that is interested in the AR and VR space, which you kind of should to an extent. Um, it will help to see someone do something well enough. If you find someone that has like the skills that you are trying to achieve, it pushes your views on how to do such things. So it's good. We like it, and we would recommend it as always. And they are in Japan, so obviously I am biased, but that's that is a B thing. Um, and other than that, not much. We've had like a lot of ass on the other platforms, which obviously can't really share that. I mean, I can, but won't. Let me save them on the side because there is a ton of them that needs to be showcased and presented. Um, because it's good. I'm gonna do this in a big ass way. Big ass way. I'm looking for data visualization, by the way. So if you are someone that has like an app that that is really good, that has good charts, good presentation of data, I would love to check that out because it makes a lot of sense to me right now, specifically right then, to showcase. But yeah, uh, this is a brain fuck that will help as well. It's always really good to have a bit of a brain fuck. Or just a fuck, as always, we know. I'm looking for one specific thing that I've seen a bit ago. Thread is really bad, though. I'm gonna repeat that. I think I say that almost every time. The threads, in terms of loading time, in terms of presentation, is just such an annoyance. Also, yes, ass again, all the time. Um, we talked about this one on Monday, but that's not the one that I'm looking for. But we talked about it. We probably have done that already. I guess this one is one that I could talk about a tad. So that wasn't ass, that was some titties. I know, I know, I know. Off brand. Off brand. Uh, I guess. I guess. So, this one was really interesting to me because um, what they say is the cool thing about liquid glass is that it applies to the top layer of the UI that define the navigation, and the key elements like the tab, the things are floating above the content. And the reason why I picked it up is because when I released Can and I showcased it, and people were like, um, this is bad because we can see the content underneath the navigation. And we don't want to do that. We don't want to see the content underneath the navigation in an app. That makes no sense. And now, all of the people that were complaining about that are now saying things like, oh, it's nice we can see the content underneath the navigation. So, I don't want to say that again, but I will say it again anyways. I was once again ahead of the trend that was about to arrive. And right now, the thing that I have in Can specifically for all the thing that is navigation at the bottom, where you could see I added the background blur things because some people complained too much. But the fact that you can kind of see what's happening underneath the nav is exactly what is happening right here. And the thing that will probably happen is that the material that I will use for Can is going to be glass-ish to an extent if I can, and we'll see. But yeah, that's interesting. So that's the main reason why I kept it. First read. Second thing, we saw that earlier for a split second and I removed it. This one is one of these buttons that use your camera as a, a shader or on top. So it looks like it's a mirror. And someone, I don't know if that's the same person. It might have been the same person. I don't know if you remember. Someone has done something similar where if you tap on said button, it gets smudges and fingerprints because it is a mirror. And so it is like a bit of a layer of things that goes on top with fingerprints here and there based on if you click longer, if you don't. That's a nice thing. I think it's a nice touch. I don't know if it's practical in any way, shape, or form. I think it's a pretty interesting button when it comes to a website somewhere or presentation of your skills. But other than that, I don't think it's good. But it's nice. It's a fun thing. Nonetheless, this person has done something that I was kind of thinking about earlier, which is having your app with multiple rendering and multiple visualization based on user needs. So right now they have like three representation potentials for how the user can see the data inside of the app. So you have the classic list with checkbox and crosses, and then you have progress and other heat map type of thing, which is pretty interesting. So this is the level of customization that I wish I could achieve in Can, but I don't know if I can just because I don't have the skills just yet. So, like usual thing. Usual thing. Same thing here. Um, nice transition in between like the app being in the regular design and then they transferred it into uh, liquid glass slash iOS 26 design, which I'm gonna say that now. It's gonna be bad. If you change your app today and you make the changes and you publish to the App Store, no one is going to have anything from your app. No one is going to see any of the design choices that you've made because these are not working elements just yet. God damn it.
Daniel Rowe raided my stream with 50 viewers.
Daniel, recording. Thanks a lot for the raid. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Aoi. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. We're kind of reviewing some of the design things that are on my feed right now. And yeah, I don't think I've been on your stream before. So if you have, or if someone from your chat has a bit of an elevator pitch, I would love that. But as always, if you want to stay here, stay here. If you need to go, go. Take some times for yourself. And, all that. Maybe I should come to your stream? Yes, probably. Probably. What do you do on your side? What do you do? I mean, you've been here before. That's the thing. Based on the bot. Today was boring. It happens. It happens. It happens. I get it. Today is kind of slow. I agree. I agree. But yeah, well, work on it. Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. Specifically now because it's just like the beginning of the stream, 1 hour in, and I'm not used to have people in my chat. So I appreciate it. Ecosystem getting things ready to release for a new major version of Nuxt. I see. I see. That is way above my pay grade. Because I don't have a pay grade when it comes to code. I am unknowing, as you can tell from the title of today's stream. Uh, my whole thing is kind of weird. I don't have a job. No, it's strange. Welcome in. Welcome back. I had a job, and yeah, have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself. Thanks a lot for the raid again. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. But yeah, yeah, as always, after a stream, you need to do things. It makes sense. It makes sense. I get it. I get it. I mean, I have a job. I do have a job, but it doesn't count. I mean, it it doesn't pay. If you're learning Japanese, please do
Cello
that.
102 is now following.
Cello, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Usual question: how are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I'm guessing you're coming from the raid, but we never know. We never know. So yes, this one was basically because they are transferring their design from iOS 18 to iOS 26. They have all of the things for liquid glass, and it's pretty interesting. It's a nice design overall. I do think that it has gotten a lot of hate. I have made some replies to some of the comments here that are really good, and I will go over that in a second. But yeah, overall, like the thing also that's gonna piss me off. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna go all over this. Um, that's gonna break. Anyways, this one was nice. Um, I think the not yet is not true. I think yes, but we will see. And I think yes since like 6 years ago, so debatable. Anyways, other thing, this one was very specific for me. I'm learning Japanese. I'm building my own app to learn Japanese for myself because it makes more sense than these. And the reason why I'm building my app and the reason why I have this video specifically saved to talk about today is because I don't know how to learn. And I figured that out when basically I tried to get like a book, like these books, and I'm reading through them, and my dyslexia is preventing me from going through the sentence in a way that makes sense. So I need to reread it, and then I reread it and it's fine. And then I go to the next sentence and I forgot the first one. So I need to reread the first and the second. And so getting the timer that they have, which is usually like 25 minutes or 15 minutes of learning for something specifically for Japanese, is Pomodoro timer type of situation. The 25 minutes that they have is basically me getting the first 15 sentences read, and that's about it. So I don't know how to learn for or this way. let's say that. So that's why, again, I build can in a way that makes sense to me, because it's just space repetition kind of makes sense. But yeah, you were looking for new coders to follow, and you love my hair. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm not a dev. I'm gonna say that now. For those of you who came as I am in software and game dev in terms of category, but I am not a dev. I am a designer. I don't code much. I'm using cursor, which is for some of you a blasphemy, which I understand. But I don't have the skills, and that's the only way that I have to do the thing that I want to do, and it works. So yes, but I'm usually not a dev, mostly a designer. And right now, I'm having a very, very hard time um, to learn Japanese with a book. As I kind of showcased before, when I'm here, I have all the books. Like every time that I've seen my teacher, my Japanese teacher, like show me a new book or talk about something, I just download the fucking book and go through it if I can, and figure things out or don't. And most of the time I don't, because it's just not the thing. And yeah, some of them are really nice. Some of them are just I don't understand them, and it's kind of sad. But yeah, I have like all the books, and yeah, I guess the only thing that kind of works is these ones. The This one is a thing that I need to buy, but I didn't. Um, these ones are really small. I guess this one kind of works, but none of them are loaded right now. They are reading, uh, not lessons, but like reading novels-ish, things that are for specific levels, and that's fine. But it's also not making any sense. I think the one that we showcase every time is this one because it's nice. It's a very, very simple presentation, and it is presented as the I don't like to say traditional, but like the vertical way of writing and reading in Japanese. The thing that I have a hard time with is when I'm reading it, I'm reading properly, but then because I don't know that character, for example, I'm going to read this thing. And so my eyes are simply doing this, and I'm not looking at this thing ever. And the thing that I need to build, again, that's not going to be an option, but if I needed to build something, I would need to have the ability to get like some sort of an OCR app that automatically detects that, yes, we have vertical text or horizontal text or whatever, and we can detect that there is furigana next to a specific character, and have the ability to toggle that on or off. Like the same thing that I have right here when I'm reading or practicing my kanjis on Can. I have all of the entries, and then if I don't want to see how they are read, I can just practice without the reading underneath and just say, well, that's the thing, that makes sense, and then I'm not sure about this one, cool, now I know, and I can move on. And if I need like more details about something, I can go in as always. But that would make more sense. So here, for example, I would need to build something that just add white borders on both sides of the text by default. But then you end up with situations where maybe you will have an image and then the system will not necessarily know where to put the fucking thing. And, you know, sometimes it's longer. Sometimes there is a lot. Sometimes you don't know if this is linked to this one or this one. So, yeah. But yeah, that's the type of novel that we have here, and then the other ones are just study books, and I hate it, but I have to. I have to. Anyways, that was the point. That was the point of that video specifically. Next up, we have Finalist, which is a bit of a to-do-ish app, list to do in a calendar type of situation, and they again have transferred their design into iOS 26, which is interesting. I do like this behavior of iOS 26, the fact that when you are navigating, the navigation that is not necessary to be there all the times is just minimized. This is a very nice addition. I don't think I would have had the timeline as the toolbar, but why not? Right? At the end of the day, it's whatever the dev wants to do and the creator wants to do, but I feel like this might not be the most important things here. I would rather have um, create a list, add a task, do something in the toolbar rather than the days, because that's technically what I'm trying to look at right here. So I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, it's interesting. Going back to what I said a second ago, people that are currently transferring their app from iOS 18 to iOS 26 can't show that to their users. Like, I technically only the devs are going to have access to iOS 26 officially, but at the end of the day, like, so far, no one is going to have access to it. And if you make some changes, specifically having the ability to do this in your code, you end up with code that doesn't really work with iOS 18 anymore. So that's bad. Again, point of view of a designer, not point of view of a dev, but to my point of view, that's really bad. Other thing that I've saw was this thing. That person has created something that track your eyes and check the amount of blinks based on the time of day per eye. So I don't know how and why they would have created this, but I think it's a really good implementation, and the design of it is pretty cute. Um, like it's a very simple overall layout, and it has this design that we have been talking about for the past, I think, 3 months now, with the tabs at the bottom. Um, I don't know what that is. If it's when you have a card that is the same width as the card, and it's just slit or is slid down by a little to have like a bit of an information tray. So that's the same thing. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. I don't know how to think or what to think of it as a feature, but implementation is pretty nice and rendering is pretty nice. So just talking about it, the usual. The usual. This one was nice as well. It reminded me of what we did for White Panther a long time ago now. Um, I basically did some sort of a navigate. Also, that's not going to work, but I kind of did some navigation system for the underline for the selected tab. That's a forehead. That was supposed to have like a brush effect, but in terms of creating it was a bit complicated for Salma to do. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's just there. But I think with this specific thing, because it is some sort of a random SVG underline type of thing, it might be easier to achieve in that website. So we might do that. We might send it back to Salma at some point to put that in place in the code, but we'll see. Anyways, anyways, that person has been using this system for a while. And so what they are doing is they are filming themselves doing things with a piece of paper that's usually dotted so that the camera and the system understand the movement and the displacements here and there. And then it is mapped through metal and like metal shaders on iOS to understand what are the bends and how things should bend. So it's basically mocap, but for a piece of paper. And then navigation works pretty well. They had like a similar thing for models, if I remember correctly, where they basically bring up a real piece of paper. I don't know if they have these in not that, not bitch. The buttons. They have done this one, which this one was their first threads, which is pretty impressive. That's not the one that I was talking about, but this is like pretty impressive as well. This is like a frosted glass slash frosted windshield situation where you need to scrape it off, and this is just a shader, as always, and it's pretty cool. It is really cool. But yeah, most of their stuff are pretty nice. If you want to follow them on Thread, if you are on Threads, please do so, because we do like to follow people. It's nice. It's nice. Do you like the name? That's really neat. That's a nice transition, nice ID for navigation. It's impractical, I agree, but they had things with um, the store, with posters, with the ability to change things. They had like just recordings, which were pretty interesting. It's a bit of a gadget, but yeah, this one was mind breaking. I just let you break your mind. You can see what's happening, but the first time that I watched it, I was like, "What the fuck is happening?" That is what. So basically, you have mirrors in corners, in quadrants, and then it's just reflection, which makes a lot of sense. And they have a bit of an angle so that it doesn't really bother you as the viewers. Uh, it's just it's a nice thing. But yeah, it is nauseating. Anyways, border navigation extension, we have talked about that for 2 months now. It is a pattern. It has become a pattern. That's I'm giving it a pattern stamp today. A lot of people have been adding these to their navigations, and so basically it is the same system or the same concept that I have had. And Dapshi, hi, welcome back. How are you? The same concept that I have had and praised for a lot of time, which is have your things at thumb reach when these are things that the user needs to touch like pretty often or pretty quickly. So this is one of the reasons why the newest version of iOS has the search bar at the bottom of the screen instead of being at the top. Um, but yeah, like that's a nice concept. It's just like when you have something to do and it needs to be at thumb reach, it's gonna be right there. Kana, huh? Welcome back. How's the day going? How's everything going? So yes, that's a nice, neat transition, subtle, easy to implement. Not really, kinda. Um, yeah, it's a shift of the entire view, which is sometimes okay. Anyways, we had, as always, people using Yuan content for views because it makes sense. They have still the credits, but I don't like it. And they are making these watch faces and other widgets presentation things all the time. They are really good, and I'm using them at all times for data visualization because these are not the best, but kind of the best representation you can have for data viz because most of it needs to be understandable at first glance. So you have your watch and you look at it. I mean, my watch is here most of the time. Most people is on the other side, but whatever. You look at it, you need to know whatever it needs to tell you as soon and as fast as it needs to be. So yeah. Um, Emporium guy don't have VODs enabled. I don't know who that is. I don't I don't know who that what I don't know. I do not know. Anyway, this one was interesting. It's also some of the thing that we've talked about last uh, months, I think. Um, this is the native um, native paywall by Apple. So StoreKit gives you the ability to do this, basically, with like 3 lines of code. We talked about it before. And you just have the ability to put like an image in the background, an image at the top, title, subtitle, the thing that you want to have. Like these are your features. and then your button to start your free trial or start the payment methods, whatever. And this is like built in StoreKit. So if you are an iOS dev, just learn that. It's really good. it's it is really good, and I would highly recommend you to give it a go. I think if I don't remember if I have them on yeah, right here. Enid is the person in question that I'm talking about most of the time, and they have been showcasing this in, I think, here. Yes. So this one is the one that we've seen a second ago, which was this, and this is the native option. Someone did something similar earlier, but I wish we had the other view. Where is it? God damn, I can't find it. It's just posting the same content over and over and over again, so that's a bit of an annoyance because you can't find the thing that you're looking for, and because you don't have a search. Sometimes right there. Good. So if again, if you are like an iOS dev and you don't know about this, please learn because that's useful. That is such a useful thing to get quick access. Like this is just you you create a subscription view, like you create a struct with your content, and then you ensure that you have your subscription store view, which is again native iOS thing. You define your product IDs based on the product that you have, and I think you can go up to, I forgot how much. I don't remember if there is like a limit. I think because you have a carousel, you can go as much as you want. I forgot. It doesn't matter. And then you just have modifiers like subscription store policy destination, the subscription store policy destination for something else, the picker items, the store controls, the store buttons, and all of that is just modifiers on one single entity of the subscription store view. Method slash function slash struct that you have, and it just makes your whole system way easier to have, but also it ensures that this is the most efficient entry point for your users to become paying users if you are someone that has like a subscription system or uh, something else, a store system. Because it's just there is no latency, it's the native iOS things, and there is the checks is done with iOS by default, and so that's much better than what I have in place right now, and I need to use this now. So I will. I do like my personal view, but yeah, much efficient. Also, one of the good thing is that this thing, which is the StoreKit default view, is going to give you the ability to, guess what, update your code without updating your code, because this is still going to work on iOS 26 with the newest design that they have defined, and it will just work. So that's good. That's good content. Anyways, back here. This was just nice. Getting off your socks at the end of the day. I don't know where you eat your socks, but it's just it's nice. That's it. And then Framer University has added like a new shader type things for your Framer projects. As always, really good. I'm guessing this is made with their new workshop plugin thingy to create things with code and AI and whatever. So that's an interesting addition. And as always, this is because it is like from a university, it is a remixable element that you can just add wherever and be good with it. So, yeah, if you are interested in that, if you are someone that is using Framer for your website or for other things, take a look at this, but also take a look at Framer University in general. That will give you like so much things that are really good. And yeah, just do that. Do that. The thing that I wanted to talk about though, on the notifications here, and that we kind of halfway talked about, Matt said something which is pretty true in terms of liquid glass, and saying that there is like some issues with contracts and accessibility and all that, specifically like this text right here that people have been complaining about. And my point right here, which is the same thing that I've been explaining, is because I've been using iOS 26 for the past week-ish, the main issue was the presentation. The demo that they've made on stage was really shitty, and the presentation of the accessibility on stage, which included this, which is absolutely not accessible, is really bad. But as soon as you use the app for real, this doesn't exist, at least for me. And the main reason for this is because I'm using dark mode. So this is accessible. Like, as soon as you have dark mode enabled, everything is absolutely fine. I haven't had a single issue with liquid glass in the past week for seeing or not seeing something. And the main example that we had, which is the App Store itself, right? If I'm getting like a page that is really bright, yes, we have some issues in the accessibility of the navigation at the bottom. And if on top of that I'm getting light mode, it's fine. Like, it's okay, but it's not great. But as you can kind of tell, I don't know if that transfers on stream, but if I'm here, which is like in a dark-ish transition thing, the navigation already changed style to not be that, like, it's pretty nice overall. So I agree, there are some places where I do have some issues to read things, but because I'm on dark mode, nice, like 90% of the time, like right here, this is the one that we talked about last week. That home button is not. I mean, you can't see it. I mean, you can't see shit, but you can't see it either. So, you know. But other than that, yeah, it's fine. So, I don't know. But yeah, the main issue that we have, or that I have personally, is the implementation during the demo, and the thing that they have presented that is really, really, really bad, and accessibility-wise really non-existent. So, yeah, that was a thing. It was a thing, as always. But yeah, that's the overall thing, the overall review that we've had for today, for the beginning of the stream. If you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. Whatever. If you want me to take a look at your projects, same thing. And just share a link in chat. As you can see, the links are available in chat. That's fine. But yeah, we don't have. I mean, we do have stuff to do. I don't want to, but we do have stuff to do. I haven't worked on the Mom UI kit yet today, and I do need to. Still, like, it's necessary. We have to finish these icons to make them solid, because that's the thing we're supposed to do. And some of them just don't make sense. Some of them do, and we are really really close to getting everything working and everything done for the icon specifically. But most of the tools right here, I don't know exactly how I want them to behave and to be. I feel like some of them would make sense in some specific solid view, like this one could be a solid thing, but I also feel like the shovel center point kind of needs to be hollowed in a way, but not entirely. So do I need to have the handle separated from the shovel head, like I did on the I think I did that on the shopping thingy. What is it? Yeah, right there. Do I need to do this? I don't like this. I feel like this is bad. Like, it's fine. Don't get me wrong, it's fine. But it feels wrong to an extent. And then same thing here, like this feels really bad. Like I could make that better. Maybe like a 1.5 on the pixels here would make a lot more sense to have small details for the screen and other things, but it is a mess. It is a mess, but we kind of need to do that. I've done, or I've made the executive decision on the arrows to kind of potentially get them uh, fatter at like 3 instead of 2, which right now they're still at 2. And yeah, however, I need a pee, so give me a second or two. All right. Anyway, like, I was clicking on it a second ago. I realized that I outlined them already. But that's bad. That bad. But yeah, you kind of need to have like the stroke in the outside at like zero point 0.5 or something. Like this is basically a stroke of 4, and so if you make it like 0.5, you get a with an arrow that is way thicker overall that would match with the solid type. So we'll use that later for sure, but I will need to transfer them. That's also a thing. And some of them are going to benefit, like this one, same thing, would benefit from being a 3 instead of a 2. Um, right? Just because it makes sense. It makes sense. However, some of them might not make sense. So there might need to be some sort of a small adjustment here and there to ensure that we do have the understanding that we want to have. I guess it needs to be a bit more here, but that's tight. Also, again, if you're new here and you're not a designer, or you are a designer and you are new in design and you have questions about Figma, feel free to ask, because I'm doing things fast because I know how to do them, but sometimes it might be too fast for you. And if that's the case, feel free to just ask me, what the fuck did you do? How the fuck did you do that? That's a valid question. It is. It totally is. Or why the fuck did you do that? Because that's also a thing that you could ask yourself, like, why? And also, yes, these things are automated. God damn. Why did I hear that, but I can't see it in the chat? Like that's not supposed to happen. I'm supposed to see it in my chat. What happened? God damn it. Ha! God damn. You found a bug? Cool. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. You know what? I'm gonna bring Figma back because that it's too far away. Too far away. Alright, that's better. That's better. Ah. Yeah, these needs to be kind of flattened together without being really flattened together. Huh. That's also a thing that I've seen or figured, I would say, from other things. We have a ton of these lines that are still using the line property. I know. So basically, you have these things that are properties in Figma, and you can define them across your system. And so right now, for example, this specific element that is this icon has or is using the icon chunk, I think. So these are at 2. But if for some reason it goes back to default, this line is going to go back to its initial state. And so it's also go to thin, that's another option. And so right now, because they are still set to presetted elements, this whole page or this whole thing here would probably break in some situation because we do have that property set up in some of the lines. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna need to go through the entire thing again and just figure out which one have the line using property and then unlink them. The thing that I can do, which I've talked about it before, is using Simulator, which great plugin. Right here might be a bit complex. And use the stroke width of 2 right there, and then select layers. So anything that has a stroke of 2 is going to be selected. There is 5,206 layers that are potential in here, and then from there, I am supposed to be able to like unlink that value and put it at 2 by default as a like a one single type of value. I just did that at 3, but now they are still mixed. So some of them are not getting selected. That is bad. So I don't know exactly how I can, if I can, like unselect the variable. Also, Figma is struggling right now, apparently. uh, but yes, that's the thing that I will need to do at some point. Either I will need to do that one by one, which is really sad, or as somehow differently. But yeah, that's gonna take a bit. Anyways, anyways, hmm. There was a bit of a question earlier, last month, about this one of keeping it in solid and just having this as an offset, like we have right here, or doing it like this and just having the cross a bit bigger. I think I'm gonna keep the cross a bit bigger potentially because it, to me, it feels more natural to have like the icon itself being less visible if it's in a UI that is really using strong solid icons all the time. But then you have something that is muted. It kind of makes sense to have the muted icon to be like kind of subtle in the back compared to the shouting ones. But yeah, same thing. Like for this one, for example, it makes more sense to be Harbin here and there. So I don't know. It is a debatable point, I know. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. I don't. We'll see. We will see. Oh, so we have some of the adult-related things to do as well, but I don't think we can. Not because we can't do that on stream, but like mostly because we can't do much to them. I tried, but like these ones, for example, makes a lot more sense when they are at 1.5 instead of being at 2, so that we have the TDs in TDing, in proper TDing, but it's just putting them in solid makes less sense. This one in solid makes sense, this one in solid makes sense because it is solid as a default, but you know, like most of these kind of make sense. So I don't know if you have an ID for some of these weird icons that we have in this kit, please feel free to share your ID. I want to know. I want to know. Same thing here. Like I don't know what to do with these. I don't know how to render them in a way that makes sense to solid. Like there is nothing in my head that just will work for sure. And when I'm looking at like references, again, like huge icon is one of the huge set that has potentials and representation, but when you look at them in solid, like these looks really bad, and you're missing some details like dress shirt and polo and things, so you end up with these, and I don't want to do that. That looks really bad to me. It doesn't look that bad, but like when you compare this to this, you're like, ugh, oof, oof, don't want that. Don't want that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
When night comes,
Yeah, I don't think I did that. I mean, I know I did that, but it's
and
kind of bad.
one thing remains.
These ones I made the line
Elysium.
thinner than the rest of the set of icons, and the more I think about it, the less I think it's a good idea. Just because it's not a good idea, but also because it looks weird when you compare, when you have like visual weight and visual alignment in between the icons themselves, it just doesn't work. So I don't know. I don't know. It's not gonna work either. Complete. Like same thing here. I feel like I need to get the the needle in the dual situation again, and I don't think this is a good idea. It's like this is gonna be on top, right? Duplicated so that we have the cut in the middle, and then that one just doesn't have the needle itself. and it's going to be outlined with ah. Then one of them is subtracted, and the other one is gonna cut it like right here, basically. That's gonna be the thing. Gonna have a point like somewhere around here, and then roughly. But like in order to make it perfect, I need to have the curve that we currently have here, which is okay. That's fine. But yeah, I don't know. Or I'm getting a 0.5 like I did for the other one, which will break this, and then I'm getting here or here. Too close? Eh. Enough? Maybe not. Too far? Too far. I guess just because you are looking at it from far away, it's kind of working. But does it look like a gauge, like a regular speed gauge slash windshield wipers slash whatever the fuck you want it to be? I don't think so. That's the issue with these. Like, it's kind of complicated to get some of these. Also, I realize, if you're kind of new, you don't know, these things are tiny. Tiny. When you're pixelating them or rendering them in pixelated, they are 24 pixel by 24 pixels, and therefore a lot of the details that I'm talking about right here, which are like very perfect details, are not even a question. Like that's just disappear. The only thing that happens is that most of our screens right now are not in 1x, but they are now in 2x, and it still doesn't really matter. But we are losing a lot of details. And so going back to where I was here, for example, these angles right there, based on their sizes and where they will be used, it makes sense to have a bit more leeway to open them to give the user the shape and the perception of what it does rather than anything else. And so when you look at this one, for example, in pixelated view, it looks pretty nice, it's okay, but when you are unpixelated, you have these weird ass blobby things which are okay. But in pixelated, it's just as if it was flat. And so that is something, if you're a dev or designer or whatever that is creating some visuals for app, website, or something, uh, remember that this is something that will happen. So same thing here, for example, like these details right there will probably never be seen. And so it would be more beneficial for me to have given it more space, but also it's just such a small detail of potentially just bringing that up by like a smidge amount at some point. That it's not gonna be that much better. That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. I see. I see. Why is you not working? Oh, that's not supposed to happen. That's a bug on Figma side. It's fine though, it's not visible. It will be visible though. Same thing. Like these are cuts that I don't understand how they happen, but they happen. And it's a bit of an annoyance here. Sometimes it doesn't transfer into the SVG export. Sometimes it does. Sometimes you don't see them, like here, for example, and maybe in the export you will have one, and that will break your element on wherever you need to place it. So, yeah, maybe keep that in mind as well. I guess. Hmm. Hmm. Still. Still not convinced. I'm looking for the one that are easier to do than the one that I need to do. I know I'm procrastinating hard on this one just because I don't want to. I don't want to. Just makes no sense. Makes no sense. Um, the Google Home is not going to be an easy target as well. Unless I'm doing it this way. And 4 spaces, I guess. Let's see. So, uh, we want to convey the cut at the top without really having to cut it. I don't want to have, like, I don't want this on the Google Home. I don't think it will be understandable if it's just like a disk that is floating at the top. So, I'm also thinking about the fact that this bitch is already 1 pixel from the top, so that is going to be a bit of an issue. The bottom, however, can be cut, so that's a thing. And we need, so top, line, bottom, G. That's 4 duplicates. So that's going to be my G. That's it. Then we want just the bottom, nothing else, which is breaking. Cool, good to know. And then we want just the middle, bitch, just the middle, just the middle, right there. And then we want here just the line that is right there. My bad. Okay, so this is currently 5 points. I think we need this to be flat at the top or as flat as it can be, so 0 is going to be okay. Maybe 0.1 just to have our corner to be a corner. And in order to make it okay and understandable, we might need to do this, which is kind of bad because the base of the Google Home is kind of strong and recognizable. So that's the first Google Home, like one of the first. So different. Point for as well on this one. I don't want to move it up, but I don't think I have a choice right here. We could have benefited from merging these two and then having a line instead. I know. Groundbreaking. It is not linked. It is linked. Why is it unconnected then? Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Mm. what I want to do here is getting this line kind of cut in a more graceful way, as if it's just highlighting the fact that there is like a bit of a circle at the top. Even though you kind of see that by default, like you have the edge, and that edge specifically, instead of being like 2 points, it's probably going to be like 1 point, so it's just a subtle thing. Again, thinking about it in pixelated view, you kind of want it to be not that visible, not that important, or not that visually important. And then here, even though these two are kind of weird, I kind of want to do duplicate of this at the bottom, because this is also like flat. And so there, I want that to be flat, that to be flat, that to be flat, not that. And then we want this to be, I guess here for the cut. And that is the G that needs to be bigger, but we can't really make it bigger. But not in a good way. Eh. I think we need to bring the tongue, the thing for the G, right there, up. Like by a smidge. By a smidge. Can kind of play with that, which is not a good idea. Nah. Fine. I guess. I'm fine with it. The other thing that I'm kind of unsure about is these might be beneficial if I do that instead. I know, it's kind of weird. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm reorganizing my subtraction layers to be able to get like a bit of a 0.5 corner radius so that my elements there have a bit of a softer transition without getting a softer transition in this corner right there. It's subtle. It kind of doesn't really make any difference pixelated again, but it makes the icons a bit softer overall, and it just breaks the angles. You can see that here, in a way that makes more sense. And if you use SVG and your phone or the device that you're using to display things is allowing you to display the SVG properly, then you will see that, and that makes sense. Morton, hi. We don't have fonts. I mean, we do, but we don't. How are you? Also, it's counted as something else, which is not good. Oh, it's still this one. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I do not. I do not. Can I just do that? Same thing, no difference in the output, right? The pixelated view is potentially in non-pixelated might make the difference. Might make the difference. How was your day? You say you're okay. How was your day? I guess I'm gonna not do the AirPods again because I can't give them a go. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It does. It just doesn't in that situation. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm in the same camp. I have the AC running right now, so that's why it's kind of weird. My voice is probably weird, just because of the compression and the noise cancelling and all the things. And because it's a mobile AC, it's just loud, and I hate it. I hate it. That makes sense. No, that wouldn't. Yeah, these ones, the some of these icons that I've made for prior just makes no sense anymore. Like it, it doesn't. It does not. It does not. Yeah. I don't want to do that, but I might have to again. Like, that's the easiest way to put it to make it happen. Um, what? God damn. Is it bad? Interesting. Maybe. All right. Let's try it out. So that song is really uh, Egyptian theme. I guess that's gonna work to an extent, giving it like more space in between the non-active keyframe and the active keyframe that you want to have. The duo is gonna kind of work. God, they. Shit. That's tight. That is tight. Also, it's not outlined right now, which I don't like. I think we talked about it before, but just for the sake of here, because it kind of makes sense. If I had an element that is, let's do width of, I don't know, 24 and a height of 2 point, right? And this is inside of a frame. That frame is 24 by 24. Cool. And let's say that this is a component. If I had another one that is not this, but is a 24 by 24 line, right? It's just 24 in length. It doesn't have any point, any shape, any whatever. And this thing is as well inside of a frame, and that said frame is 24 by 24. Right? Same situation. So if I get these two things side by side, and that is white as well, let's say that, and they are both components, and you are currently using this one as an element in your design, and you change the color to red. If you decided that you needed to use the other one, it's going to revert to white because it is using a line and not a solid, not a fill. So the only thing that is available for it to be like taking back a color scheme is on the property that this one doesn't have. Like the fill doesn't exist. So it can't really transfer things. And so here on these icons, specifically like the one that I was talking on or touching a second ago, these are still lines compared to these that are solid. And so if I were to transfer from one to the other, and this one was green, and then I needed to change it from here to here, it needs to remain green, it will revert back to black because it's how the system works. So that outlining is what I need to do. The thing is, as soon as I outline these, I'm losing the ability to then go back in and change the width. And I'm ending up being or needing to add like an outline to the thing and then re-outline the thing and get the fucking thicker icon working. So it's a mess. That's what I'm saying. I mean, that is all I'm saying right now. And if you can think about this before you start working on it, you're gonna like yourself better after. So please do, because otherwise you need to do the same thing that I'm doing right now, and it's shit. You need to think about it.
He's married. A 30-year-old boy. Our generation of men raised by women. I'm wondering if another woman really is weird.
Got it. Cool. I like how I was complaining about Figma being laggy before, like last month-ish, because basically Figma, when you have one of the red thing and you're hovering this, the scroll is really laggy. When you're not, it's absolutely fine. But now the issue is that it is also laggy when you are here a bit, when you are kind of trying to do things and you are in between like selection. It's kind of weird. So Figma's shit as always. As always, these coins are too big. Too big. Let's see. Would this work better? Maybe 10 by 10. What is it? I mean, 11 by 11 is kind of weird, but I guess. Like, I wouldn't blame myself to try this. Again, if you didn't know this, you can select just the points that are not linked to others. And then when you have floating points like this, they are going to be removed by default because you can't have a point that are not linked to anything. So that's a good thing. Good thing to know. This is going to break. It's not going to break. It is. Much better. So that's still kind of fat. Let's do 10-10. Ooh. All right, 10-10 is fine. 10-10 is fine. We might benefit from that. No. Nope, nope, nope. How do I do that? Yes.
Good job.
Mm-hmm. Also, we don't have wallets like this anymore. Much. I mean, we do, but we don't. We don't have like clips. I don't have uh, an element that is pressure sensitive that can hold my wallet down, closed. I think if I do that, that could work, but that's also really weird. I know you don't know what I'm talking about. uh, that's not gonna work. That's the reason why I haven't done it yet. I kind of need like 5 outputs, which is bad. So the idea that I have is I'm getting the bottom one to remove the lock, like that thing right there. That doesn't exist for us. And then we can link these 2 points together and and ensure that they are properly linked in the right spot. And then when that's there and we're good with it, we will use that S-shaped thingy without being the S-shaped thingy as a supplemental addition. So basically, this point is going to go and this point is going to go, so that we only end up with that. To now that I'm thinking of it, it feels like it would be much better if it offsetted it. Offsetted it? Sounds weird. But why not? Does it matter? The bottom one is going to basically be outlined so that we have all of our points in the center that don't really matter in any ways to be selected and removed so that we have like one single fat ass shape. And then that is going to be removed from it. So if we want to see what that done, it's giving us this. So the reason why I was saying it would be better if it was outside, because if we do this, we basically have the wallet flaps right there, and we could 100% do that, but I feel like this is wrong. I don't think people would understand what that means or what that is. So what I'm thinking of is potentially removing these 2 points and getting that inside somewhere around here and making this whole thing a bit higher on the move. I don't think I can like have like a bit of a curve, even though it would make sense. But you know, whatever. And then on top of that, right now that we have this element, we're gonna use the lock only as a subscription, bitch, as a subtracting element on top. So that is going to be duplicated as we did with a line of 4 on top of that, which is then removed, and this thing is getting reversed so that outline can be 3, and kind of move around here. We can get this 0.5 to get our angles and tiny things. Does that look like I want it? I don't think it does. I don't think it works. Yeah. I'm guessing maybe I just do this instead. Like just a pressure point at like 1.5 to be in the right spot kind of situation. Hmm. 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 What do you mean? Oh, yeah, I see. That's what you mean. Hmm. Hmm. Yes, that's true. That is true. Um, Maybe it's an issue with this. It needs to have like more flaps to match the bottom one. Oh, it's gonna break everything. God damn it. That's a bit better. I mean, it's also one of the things that is important here to remember, even though you don't really realize it, but you kind of can. We are currently looking at other icons that are the currency icons, and so you recognize the others, and you're like, okay, your brain makes the connection. If it's on its own, you might not do that, and might not have the ability to do that. So I don't know. I don't know. So that's why I'm like, maybe the thing that we had in the beginning, right, having like a bit of a curve that also takes the back is not such a bad idea. It's not a good idea, but when you are zoomed out, you get the flat situation a bit better. Um, I'm gonna go to the competition. I mean, why not? Wallet. What do they have? Oh, they made the flap. I see. They did this. Yeah, that's the other thing that I had in mind a second ago. That's crazy. Uh, Maybe. It's a bit of a reversed thing. The thing that I don't like is that it doesn't make any sense to have the inner of your wallet to be transparent or white. But I get it. I'm doing it weird. I know. It's on purpose. That is now an AirPod case. That is not an option. I do think I like my version a bit here. Like I feel like this is okay, specifically there. But I think the distance as well might be the reason that it kind of works. Like if I had, like if I added a point here, I would break everything. But if I added a point, or if I moved these points, like kind of there, it kind of makes the flap at the back that is like shorter. That's never the case. Like I don't know if you've ever all held a wallet in your hand. You don't have a flap that is shorter than the other ones. I understand, for recognition purposes. Yes, why not? But they're the same size. They're supposed to be the same size. Anyways. Anyways. Yeah, that's usually the left one. It drops lower. I know. I know. I mean, this is different. This is my travel wallet, so that's, you know, it's a bigger thing, but it's the same size. Like, like both sides are the same size. And my regular wallet that I'm using most days is also the same size. Uh, like, uh, where you at? I guess we're gonna be in there now. Um, like that's my wallet. That's my regular wallet, and it's the same size on both sides. Makes sense. It makes sense. But yeah, this is the one that I'm using for when I travel is the travel wallet. Um, and the goal, you know, is to have your passports in there. 'Cause that makes sense. App is doing okay. App is currently doing a bit of a analytics situation, and I hate it because I don't like to do data visualization much. Income, not enough, as always. I mean, it's the beginning, it makes sense. But also, as we saw on here, that's going to be some titties, as always. Um, in I don't think I can see that. No, no, no. Um, I can't find, again, I can't find the original post that we just saw a second ago, which is a bit of an annoyance right here because it should be there, but it's not. That's some titties again. Uh, you can't see that. The the creator of, not there, there. Like that. I'm here. I am here. And I need, I think at least this year before I can figure out how to get stuff working. Also, we don't have the the God damn it, that's the wrong screen. We don't have um, the y-axis, x-axis. I don't know which one it is, so we don't know how much that is. But um, yeah, I'm currently around here, so I need like one spike, which I had with the amount of hate that I received last week. It was amazing, amazing hate. Uh, like right about here. That that was great. That was great. I got 180 people downloading the app in one day. So my metrics are all over the place. Now they are back to the regular 10 people a day. But yeah, I charge nothing, and then I charge $7 a month or $69 a year for reasons. Or if you are like someone that wants to get the entire thing forever for life, it's $200, which is way more expensive than most apps on the stores. Like most one-time payments are like $60, $80. Like it's a bit of a no-brainer from the monetization standpoint, where you have uh, your lifetime price that is like a year-ish of subscription, but it makes no sense to me. Like right now, my $200 a month, or my $200 max lifetime thing is the equivalent of 3.5 years of practice, which is, a thing. Bad cop, hi, welcome in. Welcome back. How have you been? It's been a while since I've seen you. How's everything? So yeah, that's the thing. Most people in the reply have been just hating on me, which has been really, you know, interesting. What hours is it? Is it like 1? Isn't it like 1? Oh. Did I see more replies? No. Uh, it's 10 a.m. I see. Stoney's not here. Ollie, welcome on in. Stoney is not here. Stoney is out with friends. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? That's crazy. So yeah, the other than that, like there is not much happening in the metrics. Like overall, like it's fine, but it's just not financially speaking. Like I think I have like $3 or $10, I think, on that metric things for the fast. Yeah, $10 on this thing, which is like not enough. $9 in proceed, and then you need to take the taxes off of that, and then you need to take the fact that this is dollars and not euros, and Mm. But yeah, that spike right there was pretty appreciated. Yes, it has. It has with other things, but also like that one was a bit of an annoyance. The person that decided to buy the lifetime and then refund it, and because of how the app was defined, they basically got the flag of lifetime, and they basically got lifetime for free. Cool. But yes, it covered the cost of the $100 license for the App Store, which is good. But yeah, you ask Apple to make a refund. And they just say yes. Which is sad. The thing that I do like also is China is getting 65, 75% discount just because of currency prices. Japan is getting like a 30, 40-ish% discount overall, and the US is getting like a 10% up charge in a way. Not much, but it's like the conversion between euros and dollars. I kind of bumped that up a tad. Um, but yeah, India doesn't have a discount as far as I know. They might need to though. I might have to at some point. But yeah, I have like some sort of parity deals overall, um, which is fine. The thing that I don't understand though is these these 4% right there. It's not supposed to work on desktop. It works on desktop now, but it's not supposed to work on desktop. So yeah. uh, but yeah, that overall thing is okay. Like the metrics are fine. Um, the conversion rate is kind of bad. Like 18% conversion rate is. It's okay. It's better than some of the apps that I've seen. But going back to where we were here, like I basically need to 100% do this again and really push again. So yeah, I would say the only uh, benefits that I'm seeing from this channel, specifically like this Japanese resources, is overall most of the things that are posted in there are not getting that much interaction with, and I kind of stand out. Um, like most of the people, like 25% of votes. As I said last time, this person is just spamming the channel all the time. There's like another one that I wanted to spam in, but I can't because I don't have the rights. I don't have enough karma in that specific subreddit. So yeah, but overall, like the thing that I'm building is more appreciated than the rest, and there has been like more interactions, which is good. That also bring like a spike, like that spike right here was Reddit post, and that was, if I do 90 days, I think we can kind of see it. Like this spike was Reddit, this one was just Twitter hate. Yeah. I don't want to be like one of these non-influencer people that have just doing some hate to just be discovered and being dumb for the sake of being dumb. I hate doing that, so I'm trying to avoid it. But yeah, like this one is, I mean, if you look at my overall metrics in the analytics section, it's just, I wasn't supposed to have it. Like, that on the year, it, yeah, that's not my regular thing. Like my regular posts are like 55K tops when it's something that is interesting, but other than that, yeah, I have one post that is supposed to go in tomorrow, uh, but yeah, I don't market it. I'm working on it. That's the thing. I should market it. Basically, the spike that I've seen here, which was a good thing, is when I said, you know what, I need to market the app. I need to do something about it. I need to talk about it and showcase that it exists and make sure people know that it exists. And so I started doing that. I did, and then I had an ID, and now I'm working on it. Now I'm in there all day. Uh, but I should not. I shouldn't. I'm also in here. Lately, I've added like a bit of a blog section where I have some very heavy SEO based word, like keyword based articles. Some of them are just like good, and I mean most of them are just I made them because I believe in what I'm writing, but also it needs to be SEO marketed, and just it's just a repetition thing, and I hate it. I hate it. But yeah, like most people are looking for um, alternative to Anki, alternative to Duolingo, um, and you know, like that type of shit kind of works. But also my referencement, like my SEO is really bad. So that was a French word. My bad. Référencement is very French. Not supposed to happen. Uh, but yeah, so that's the thing. So I need to do more. Reddit pisses me off. I need to do more. Um, Twitter, I don't wanna. Thread is fine, but not giving me like a ton of uh, content anyways, or views overall, like interactions. Like I had some with these, but not enough. And then this threads that I did right there had like a bit more interaction, but it's just like 3K views, and I forgot to push the link on every single fucking post. So, ugh. But there's that, and then on top of that, there is also this thing which I'm starting and I hate doing, but I don't have a choice. Um, so basically, having like a LinkedIn presence so that people can have like a bit of an ID. And so I made some posts that are giving me some interactions and some links, some access here and there. Um, but goddamn, is it an annoyance? I just hate being in this platform. It just makes no sense. Have a good luck. Yes, just LinkedIn is just bad. I don't have a choice. That's the thing that pisses me off. Like the um, distribution, that's the name, and like the thing that we were on a second ago, um, right there. That is basically like discovering or figuring out how to grow and how to do growth, and I can't do that. Like that's not something that I have figured out just yet. So I need to, but I can't. And one of the other thing that I don't want to do, which is um, right here, the app right this instant, if you use it, you're not bombarded by the annoying things of, oh, do you want to go to premium? Do you want to upsell? Do you want to do something? Like for example, um, this one, if I kill it, it's just the most annoying thing. So when I start the app, I'm getting this view, which is the first thing. And then if I close it at the top right, I'm getting this view, which is basically a skip to the end. And then if I close this, I'm getting this view, which is then, if I close that, I have access to the content that I need to have access to. And and then you have this thing at the top that is just flashing, which probably not visible entirely for the stream because it's just like orange on top of colors, so white, whatever. But it's just obnoxious. It's annoying, and the fact that as a user, I have to go through these 3 delete or close model things before I can do anything in the app is kind of crazy to me. So yeah, I'm not someone that wants to do that, so I'm probably not gonna do that. But technically, I might have to. I kind of do. Not really. I kind of do. Like there are things in the app itself that just have like a similar behavior, but it's not that much in your face. As in, um, if you have, I'm trying to have like the fucking preview to load as always because that takes 6 years to load. Just Xcode things. God. I think it would be faster to just launch the app. The reason why I want to have the preview instead of having my phone displayed because the preview is not logged in and not paying. So yeah. So the thing is that I mean the only thing that I have um, is if I do a quiz and I make mistakes, that's probably gonna break some stuff. I'm not. Yeah, that's gonna be bad. That is gonna be bad. Um, right. If I'm here, I'm getting this as a hint. Like, yeah, you can subscribe to unlock the limitation if you want to. And so that's a bit of a hint. It's not like in your face that much. The thing that I want you to use is the coins and the system that is in the app, so it's kind of free forever. And then if you launch that, then you have the ability to see the other things. But like that's the system. And then if you do the same thing, and let's say I'm making mistakes again, um, and then I'm here and I say I'm canceling and I'm not saying anything, the never run out of lives is again at the end because I don't have any lives anymore. I don't have any coins anymore, but I still want to practice and therefore you can have that hit. So there is this in the non-paid free version. Um, and if you start again, you get this view again. So all of that makes sense. And then the other thing is here, because I have CloudKit sync as a premium feature, it's shiny, it's there. And then if you click on it, you have a bit of a thing that tells you, oh, you need a subscription to have this enabled and so on. So, like there are some places in the app that just make sense. Like this section is going to take the same thing, where most of the data that we have around here is also going to be behind the paywall. But at the end of the day, I don't want to force people to buy stuff if they don't want to buy stuff, which is pretty counterintuitive. Um, but might work. Um, and there will never be a discount code for anything in there. No. No, we will do the thing that I said I wanted to do for other apps and things. We talked about it. Do I have it ran close by in here? Yeah, that. God damn it. The loading time again. So this is something that I talked about last week, months, things. Oh no, I don't have IntelliJ. I don't use IntelliJ. But basically, this thing is a bit of a system that I have been pitching for a long time, where you have your initial price for something that is like $100 a month, and so that's expensive. And then when you reach your 50 paying users, which means that you are basically making like 5K a month, it's like decrement, make a decremental jump to $80 a month for everyone. So everyone that was at 100 is now $80 a month, and anyone else that comes in is paying $80 a month. And then if like some user come in and then leave and don't renew, the people that were there before are still paying $80, but anyone else that comes in is going to go back to 100. And then the more people that comes in, the more decremental the thing becomes. And so the goal at the end is to get like a certain amount of users to reach like a, not a break even, but something that is worth doing and that is worth the price for everyone. So basically it's the word of mouth situation when you have your initial 100 users that are going to basically speak about the product as much as they can so that they have the discount as much as they can, but they are people that are believing in your product in a way or enough to pay that level of pricing in the beginning because they understand that this is foundational level things and it's going to be decremental. So basically, if they achieve, yes, you can 100%. If they start at 100 and they achieve to word of mouth 1,000 users in the first month, which is basically what happened for me on Can, they would pay $100 for the first month, and then the second month they would pay 35, which is a drastic drop. So yeah, like the first months would be 1,000 people paying $100, and then the second month for all of these people would be like at 35. So they just, or even like 75 drops something in no time. So that's an interesting thing that I kind of wanted to do. I don't think I can with Can necessarily because it is uh, not not feasible in terms of the subscription model. Like it's kind of weird because it started at $7 a month. So if I'm starting at $7 a month, in order to reach the threshold of paying users, I need, well, roughly 1,000 to 10,000 paying users to be able to like downgrade this to $5 a month for everyone. And then the next like maybe 10,000 or the next like 50,000, I can downgrade that. But then that's the thing that is kind of annoying. At 20,000 users, I need to start paying for the database, which right now it's free. And I think I have like the first 10,000 or first 20,000 by Apple that is kind of free. And so that's the thing. So the pricing is, or the pricing of things is to be taken into consideration wherever. And so, yeah, that's the plan. Also, this is for Stony specifically, but yeah. Anyway, I see. Don't explain just yet. Well, I mean, explain if you want. I'm not gonna read the chat. Um, I guess you have put that in place to get the users or the leaderboard for the games that you have on stream, if I remember correctly, and therefore your viewers will gain points based on that. Some of these are multiplayer elements. Like Diamond is one single player, and Trial Chamber is a team that can get something. So multiple people can get 10 points, and that's how I see it. And then I don't know what that is, other than the fact that that person, which is you, I think, got that leaderboard achievement, and you got 10 points and 10 points right there. I think that's how that works. Um, but yeah, I feel like the context is that this is a small app for Minecraft stream event we're going to do. It's basically a checklist of the thing that you can do to earn the team points. So that's like a big ass game of Minecraft where people can participate, and therefore if they achieve things, they get points, and at the end of the day, the one that has the most points is the winner. I'm guessing. I mean, that seems like the obvious thing, right? Um, I'm seeing things in different orders, so that's why I'm unsure, like you have build a house and build a house that are not on the same line, and then you also have um, other things that are not in the same line, like build a whole stable. It's here and here, so you have like different things here and there. So yeah. Um, Spaghetti, hi, welcome in. Thank you for completing it. Appreciate it. Did it helps? I was about to record a video about it 2 days ago, and then I did a recording for something else. I know, crazy. Um, but yeah, for those of you who haven't checked it out, Figma has, well, I made a bootcamp for Figma free on YouTube. Figure it out. So the completed ones at the top. You sorted out the completed down at the tops. I see. Um, hmm. So the goal is to get to the same amount of points, or the people that gets to that score first, right? Is winning, I guess, based on of what I understand here. So, huh, how sweaty do you want to be in terms of the design and the code and the things? Because I have something in my head that might work. Maybe. Um, ah, yeah. So, I think I would do something like that's a play thing. Uh, can you load? Come on, Figma, don't be that bad. So you currently have this. Um, no, absolutely not. I'm talking about uh, the thing that you could have. So currently you have this. It's really bad explanation, but that's basically what you have. You have uh, two elements, right? That are different teams with your points, and then you have like a subline, whatever, something underneath that takes a bit more space, right? That's the idea. That's your current design ish. And then you have your tasks to do, and it's just like a big ass, long ass thing, and the user needs to scroll. What I would do is potentially have these things be matching the height of the screen, so that you just have, like, when you load, you know what is there, and maybe the one that can be done, uh, just in one scroll view on both sides. Um, but you know, potentials, that's the thing. And then maybe like getting something like this underneath for the one that have been done. So you have like your stack of things at the top of the things to do, and your stack of things that have been done with a very defined dividers, because it you don't really give a shit about it anymore. Like once it's done, it's done. You don't care. The points here uh, are are just like the points are there, right? That's the thing. But if you had some sort of a tug of war situation with a needle that is going to one side or the other based on the amount of points might be something interesting. So if you had something here that was in the start, you just have your needle that is right about there, and you know, it's here, it's fine. It does it does what it's supposed to do, and then you get like 20 points, or you get like whatever points, and they have zero, so you are winning. So that's just pointing to the winners. And then they get 20 points, so it's going back to zero because they have the same thing. However, you get 10 more points, so you end up being the winner, but you are like not necessarily at 100% because they still have some points going on. And so it's a bit of a metric type of situation where you have a needle that is pointing to the potential winners in real time. That could be fun to see the things when an event happened, and it just accumulate potential, because like at some point it's going to be like kind of one of you is going to have like more points, but the other one is going to come back, and so on, like one of your teams. So that's the option number one. Option number two, which is kind of similar, is to have like a needle in one of these ways. Like you are points, and then right, it just goes. God damn it, it just goes. Just goes like this. Like when you're winning because you have more points. Basically, like an election type of gouge system, you know. Um, it might be a bit weird, but you know, yeah, kind of. I think the needle could be useful because it would point out there directly. Like to me, it would be right here, and so you basically know exactly where things are, who's winning. But technically, you have the points, and so if you can read numbers, I know it's hard, but um, eh, eh, you know, yeah. I mean, the one that we have in France are kind of weird, specifically because we have the seats. Um, like the not dang, like a bitch like this, right? That kind of grow based on um, who's winning, who's not winning, how many seats we have in one department, and so on. Right now, we have the one in New York, as far as I remember. Um, that happens. Zoran, Zoran is winning. I hope. I hope. We'll see. We'll see. I don't care. I'm not from the US. Uh, but yeah, that's a thing that could work for the representation. So that would make the task to do section a bit smaller, and you would still have a scroll, but then you would really have a separation at the bottom that act the fact that yes, these have been done. So from my point of view, if you had done something that is more than the others, um, I don't know if I would make this card follow through. So you might be here, for example. Like you have less. You have less to do. But that's one thing. The other thing is maybe you need a counter as well. Like the goal here, if you have, I don't know, I can't count. If you have 10 goals, 15 goals, you might be able to just say 2 out of 20 goals done or something, because that makes sense. Um, and that might also be a bit of an indicator that helps you know in the tug of war type of things that, well, this team has already done like 15 out of the 20 goals that we need to have. The other one has done less, but they already have done the 1,000 point things. And so that's crazy. So they are winning currently, but eh, you know, um, I didn't know that. No, Hamilton. Walton. I did not know that. Why do you know that? Um, yeah, the team goal and the individual goals. God damn, that's crazy. Um, well, no, the the individual one would go into completion if, like, right, diamonds. I don't play Minecraft, but what I'm guessing is you mine something and oh damn diamonds, right? If you do something in team, right? You are mining things, you are creating something, and then while you're mining, you discover diamonds while you get the points, right? Is this something that is uh, stackable? As in, you basically find a fucking hole with 50,000 diamonds in there. Are you getting like plus two, plus two, plus two, plus two, plus two? Or you're just getting, oh, I find well one, and that's plus two, that's it, I'm done. I don't need to think about diamonds anymore. Is that a thing? Because if that's also something, I would probably say um, get the like oh each person get plus two. That's crazy. I would say get the teams at the top and then get the individual at the bottom. Get the teams one ordered by the least amount of points to the most amount of points, and then the individual the same way. But yeah, I I need more context there because I don't have the context and I don't play the game, so I don't know. You just said that every people on the team get plus two. Does that mean you are all scattered across the map? One person find a mine that has diamond, call everyone, everyone comes in, mine something, needs to find a diamond to get plus two? Or does that mean that one person find plus two for diamonds and then everyone else in the team, wherever they are, gets plus two as well? Like, is that a global find? Like a very uh, communist thing? Hmm. Yeah, but you have like per individual things. So going back to my question, then person A find diamonds, the team gets two plus 2 points. Person B find diamonds as well. Does the team get plus 2 points again? Or is it like that has been done? Don't look for diamond anymore. So it's an addition thing. Third question. Person A find diamonds, keep mining, find diamonds again, keep mining, find diamonds again. Is that an option as well? Like, is everyone gets plus two for any diamond found every time, or is it like one per individual per thing? I don't know how long the fucking game is going to be, so I can only guess. I mean, I can't guess because I don't know the length, but you know what I mean. One per individual max. So basically, you have a team of 10 people. I don't know. You basically have 20 points maximum for diamonds in that game. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, How many people per team? How many people per team? That's weird to say. Yes, that's going to be the question. That changes the views as well for me. Probably 15. Let me see. You need a different view. So, I guess I'm gonna do. Oh, that's 48. Sorry, that's tiny. That's tiny. So your screen is gonna be roughly, let's say 1280 because that makes sense to me. That's a regular screen size, and then we get 750 for our height, right? Website type of situation. Um, then, God damn it, then here, to me, would be much more efficient to get some sort of a fully divided view. So you have view A and view B, bitch. Right? So this one is going to be, let's say, red and blue. Um, no. That red is red. Let's mute things down, shall we? Um, and right, mid. So I would have like my two sides like this, and overall, I think I would do something like this with who's winning, right? The thing that I was talking about earlier. Oh, god damn, that's crazy. Uh, I should just do that, you know? That's much faster to do. Trying to figure out how to overthrow whatever. So I would do like a bit of a gauge that shows you where things are and who's doing what. Um, kinda, yeah. Um, and then you would have your titles for like team and your points, like the points that you currently have, that would be like on both sides of the Guitar Hero thing. We'll call that this way because it makes sense. Um, got the right there, right? Some shit like this. If you had the ability to, and if let's say you had 15 people per team, I would do maybe um, maybe some shit like this potentially to have the people, but even then, that's unsure if it's necessary. Um, like that seems like a bit of a counterproductive thing to have, but fine, whatever. Just thinking about stuff. Same thing on the other side, but like on the other side. Um, and the main point for me um, is the goals. Instead of having a list, I think it would be much better to see um, more goals at once, in a way, but also I feel like if you reorder the list, you are bringing some complexity as well for the viewers that are not participating. Um, if that's the thing, I don't know. You're still showcasing like a lot of information. That's one of the points. But let's say you had some things like 25% of that. Ah. Why not? I didn't count how many fucking thing you have to do. I did not. I did not. Mix, welcome in. Welcome back. We're helping Bad Cop right now to kind of have a bit of a better understanding of what can be done here for this view potentials. So I would do something like this because your titles are tiny. The longest one is going to be how did we get here, which is the one that is costing the most things. And you would have cards that could give you more things uh, per per stuff, right? And so with your cards, you would have your. Let me just do one because I don't care. That black. That's text. That's gonna be your titles, and then you would have the points, or how much it will give you somewhere around here, probably a bit bigger. And then here underneath, you can reuse or not the profile picture. Right now they're like 16, so that's really tiny. Um, but you could, right, say like this has been done by these people because like this one can be basically this one can be done 15 times because it's +2 each. And so here, for example, like build a farm, it means that the whole team has done it. Cool. Um, uh, Vinorak, hi, welcome on it. Caught up to live. Well, I mean, that's the first time I'm seeing you here. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? All that, you know, the usual thing. Oh, you're probably, yeah, I see. That's what I guessed. Uh, Colin, hi, well, Colin, same question. Guessing that's the same thing. So, to me, right, again, if like the team has done something, then uh, the card is just, I mean, let me show you what I'm talking about. You see how I have completed my hiragana and katakana practice? It's shiny. That's it. It's 100% done. And you have reached the amount of points that can be added to that specific thing. So I would have the card be a different color in the background, an effect on it, a check if you just want to be lazy and do more work. But like that's the type of, that's the type of thing that I would do. Right now, there is no glass. No glass. I'm lying. There is a ton of glass in the background, but you can't see it. But like that's the thing. If you go into here, for example, my regular like element that you just started is just highlighted like this, and then it grows in color until it reached like this point where it's kind of shiny because you're about to master it. And then when it's mastered, or once it's mastered, it's just highlighted as a bit of a deemed thing because you have mastered the character. And it's shiny because, you know, it's shiny. And then if you just master it again because you just practice it again, it doesn't shine. Like, we get it. It's fine. So that system, which maybe that will work like that, right? That grows the progress per action could be something that you have with like the progress per goal. Based on if it's a team goal, it's gonna be just you achieved it, done. And if it's an individual goal, it's gonna be a +5, +2, plus whatever per user. And if you have like 20 users, it's gonna be 20 times the thing. So it's a bit of a simple math type of situation, like amount of player times amount of points, and it's once per player. That might be a bit more complex to do. I don't care. But yeah, like that's the thing that I would do. Right now, these cards are 130 by 50. That's tiny. That is tiny. Like tiny, tiny. So I might say don't do 4, do 3. You know, just because uh, it will probably be easier for everyone to just, you know, just get there. Just get... Also, that's broken, but that makes sense. But I would like, based on the amount of, god damn, that's bad. Based on the amount of entries, goals, whatever that you have, you can have a grid with a better count than this. That's wrong. That is wrong, my boy. Wrong, wrong, wrong. God damn. But yeah, like right here, I have enough space to potentially display the 15 person in terms of the profile picture, and potentially also display like the description if the description is not that long. Like, I'm guessing for diamond, fine diamonds, 1 use per player is probably going to be the description. I don't know. Maybe some of the things are requiring like a bit longer descriptions, but that's also like debatable. And that's at least for me, that would be the easiest thing to do because you just have to, well, do that. and then you're good. So, you know, that makes sense to me. You could also do the description as a tooltip. I don't know if it's necessary. Like, is it really necessary to have the descriptions? That's gonna be the question. Because, you know, Josh, hi, welcome back. How are you? How's your day going? How have you been? It's been a bit. It has been a bit. Does it? Let me, a non-Minecraft player, guess. You find diamond. You get an achievement, I'm guessing, or you are getting a specific amount of fishes. Trial chamber, I don't know what that is, but this is a team thing, so I don't really care. Build a house. I think I get what that is. Build a horse stable. Team thing, I don't care. Make a map wall. Why? I don't care, but it's a team thing, so I don't really give a shit. Local brewery, so you need to build like another building, build a team HQ. That makes sense. It's going to be the first house that is just expanded. We get it. Zombie doctor, you need to have someone that is bitten by a zombie that is then retransformed to not be a zombie, or heal a zombie out. I don't know how that works, but that's how I interpret it. Hero of the village, you probably need to make sure that the village doesn't die or someone you have an attack, and you save the village in a way by being there present and ensuring that nothing burns or whatever. Caves and cliffs, you probably fall down all at once in a cave. No. Level 30, I don't know what that is. Baconator. Maybe I know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Free the end. That's crazy to do, but fine. How did we get here? Do you have to do fucking gate things to go somewhere? Is that the plan? Maybe. And then build a farm, and enchanter. Enchanter is the base of the level 30 enchant, I'm guessing. So overall, I feel like you can just rename the goals to have something that is more descriptive, and you don't need the description. But then right now, someone is saying, yeah, we need descriptions. So I guess you need descriptions. I don't play the game. I don't. Um, Based on the description, that's the thing. Like based on the length of the description, there is a ton of things that changed in the design that I have. Also, let me just do that. I can't fucking count. God damn it. Why am I like this? Okay. Cool.
Desperation.
17.
Desperation.
There will be more. Okay, there is 17 now, but there will be more later. Okay. Huh. I don't know. Does it really matter? Um, Either divisible by 3 or by 2. Like, nothing really, like, bitch. Who? God damn. Um, like for me, it makes sense to be just by 2. That's already like if you do this and you just split it by 2, you already have more things visible per goals. If you do by 3, that's a thing. If you do by 4, that's also a thing. It doesn't really matter. Um, but if your descriptions are kind of short, like me, you can, you know, have them right here. Like this is like a, you know what? I'm gonna do that. It's gonna be much better for everyone. So this is the goal, right? Goals titles. It's probably gonna be 20 in pixels because it makes sense. And then let's use your biggest one so far, which is this. Which is how did we get here? This seems to be longer than expected. Not like me, sadly. And right, let's say that this is your goal. I doubt it. Right, and then you will have this for a very specific point, very specific amount of points right about here. So this one is going to take 48. Nah. 24? Yeah, 24. The biggest thing is going to be 1,000, right? That's the point that you have. I would do that as the bottom section. And then if you need the description, I would get this at like 12 because desktop. And so that means the 2 lines would fit in that card specifically if we define that there is the profile picture of the people that have done that. At the end of the day, for all the ones that are team, there's no need. For the one that are individual, there is kind of need. Um, but yeah, like the 1,000 one is going to be a team thing. This is going to be the view. Um, you can do other things. Like right now, I have 14 both sides, which is kind of, kind of crazy. Um, and uh, why not? Let's say this is 16 and 16 as well. That kind of makes more sense. I need to fix this thing. 1 second. Uh, so you here get out, then get in, then let's lay out frame, and then I'm gonna make sure that this is here and here. Cool. Um, maybe 3 is not a good idea, but I fear 2 is gonna be weird, as in not enough. But also, eh, eh. These are the top level, the score. So if you are currently, I mean, 1,000 is not enough here. I need this to be tight. I want this tight. Like your mom. No. No. The usual. The usual. Yeah, kinda. Kinda. Impact is gonna be pretty useful here. To be like the thing. As always. Bitch, that's the wrong thing. 8 is the fattest number that we have. We don't have a fattest number than 8. So 8 is the one that takes the most width. And yeah, that might work. So based on the count, you can't really go past 2,000 points. I can't count. You can't really go past 2,000 points. So that's good. So you're good with 4 entries. Like if it was me, I would probably go with flexible because it's just it would make a lot of sense right here to get like a 2,000 by 1,000 by 200 so that we have these in a massive font, like some shit like this. Boy. 104, 104. I would do that, and then that's gonna be weird, which is fun. Cool. I think it's easy. Again, not a dev. uh, but yeah, that gives you like who's winning, in no time. I feel like that's a pretty easy thing. And then let's do that, that, sorry, that, that, that. Right there. And then if I clip it though, that's kind of weird. So this is needing to be here, and then the thing that I want to do is that these two. Get this one, get that out, and get a stroke. And it's going to be inside, that makes sense. And it's going to have... not really. I'm just following what Buttercup has done. So the size of this, I want it to be like gauge E. Let's do 60, is going to make more sense. And then that level of distance. We want this to be 8 points and 24? 6 points? Maybe, why not? It works. No! I think you are thinking a bit too much. Or too... I mean, again, I don't fucking know. To me, you have max point possible, and then based on that max point possible, you have the percentage of completion, and then whoever is the greater is gonna be the winner, and it is just a matter of saying by how much is the difference in between the two, which is the thing that you call the differential. But I feel like 100% here is like probably around here, right? Basically, that's the angle. So you go from 0 to 75 degrees, and from 0 to minus 75 degrees. So that's already a percentage in a way, because it's just a positive negative based on where it is. You then just have to just have to say one team is currently at 15% of the points and the other team is currently at 18% of the points, so they are winning, but by not much. And so the differential of 15 compared to 18 is, I don't know how much, I can't do math. It's probably going to be somewhere around here, but they're still winning. But you know, I mean, again, that's in my head. That doesn't mean that it is the truth. So we never know. Let me just do that though. Oh, not do that. Do that. Oh yeah, no, do that. And then do this, and then do that. No. Yes. Maybe. There. And then the thing that I kind of want to have here is a bit of a radial gradient, just because it's, you know, it's funny. It's more fun. It's more fun. We like fun stuff. That's a gradient. That's the other way around. My bad. So we want this to be reversed, and we want that to be black, and 0% as well, and that to be 48%, right? Subtle, whatever. And this thing, I want it to be white. That's racist. Probably within the inner shadow. I'm doing some design stuff that you don't care about, but that's that's fine. I don't care. Um, oh, I can't do that. Fair point. Fair point. Can't do this one though. Can do this. Yes. Um, can do that. Blur 2. White 2. Lighted. Overlay so it takes the right color. And then it's duplicate this one with a bit less. Ah! I said a bit less. Cool. Shadow is inside. Yay! A nice gauge. Also, the two sides with the two colors, that's wild. That I wouldn't. I would not. I would probably be here and here and have somehow like a stroke in the center that is kind of white. Um, that just creates a dividers, you know, like oh, you do have team colors? God damn. Forget about it then. Team colors. Um, team's colors could happen. Yes. 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 I should go look for the Pornhub yellow. That needs to be a thing. But yeah, I would do something similar to this to an extent. Um, because it gives you the ability to get more content visible or more goals visible in one go without really having to think about it too much. And it gives you like the description and the points and who is currently winning, kind of like a dashboard type of thing. And then if you really want to get who has done the thing, you can have the player's profile picture on the cards themselves. But again, I don't know if that's necessary, personally speaking. But yeah, then you just have your gauge, your things. It wouldn't be that like responsive for sure. I feel like that would make sense. The only thing that I didn't do, also I spent way too much time on this thing for no fucking reason. The only thing that I didn't do is give you like a bit of a card that makes more sense than this. So let me do that because that's a no. That is a no. If I'm going to do the same font thingy, it's gonna be a better option for sure. That's probably gonna be like 50-ish, so that kind of makes sense. And then we would want this to be like placed halfway automatically type of situation. I could see like a 1000 by 400, but I don't think I have one. I just have the 600. So that's not what we need right here. Like we need something that is kind of bold. So again, that. Or if you wanted impact, because you said impact, I guess. I would do that, personally speaking. And I would also do this, but that's because, you know, designers. makes no sense. Doesn't bring anything. It's just you know, I'm doing this shit. That um, so that's very simple. Yeah. Yeah, because you don't have much more. Um, no, no, nah, nah. Like your biggest one is 100, and then your regular one, like, are basically two. So, yeah, no, the thing that you said that you would like to have it like off the card, like uh, like here as a statement piece. I know. No, I wouldn't. Uh, I wouldn't mind though, to be honest. You know what? I wouldn't mind. A bit of glass right there. Um, don't do it. Don't do it. No, I said that, and then 20%. Yeah, I think. Like, why not? But also, why yes? You know, like it's no. I think, to be honest, the potential here would be the individual or team type. That is something that I would potentially see in an off, like hanging off, floating off, um, and then the score or the points, like potentially here. But that's more um, uh, distracting than anything. What? What you talking about? Um, Pixels? Who does that? Who does that? I don't know. I mean, I do know that that's a bad idea. But, why not? We don't have light. I know that's the issue. uh, I would rather have a distinctive thing in the background that states that this is uh, no, that state that this is like a team and something else is an individual thing. Oh, you're not gonna like this. You are gonna like this. Uh, like if we found a thing like a combo slash energy slash thing that you get, right? Where you can have like a multiplier on the edge of something like a badge or something else. I don't know. If it's an individual thing, it's going to be times 1, times 2, times 3, times 4, and so on, because it's like times 15 is the max. But then if it's a non-team thing, or if it's a team thing, my bad, it's a one-time stuff. So that would make sense. Maybe. So yeah. Uh, I'm gonna need to do something real quick right there, because otherwise it's harder for you and for me and for everyone to understand what I'm doing and why it works or doesn't work. So that is what we need to do right here. Because if we don't see how it looks as an overall system, you really have a hard time to understand why earlier I said if it's like hanging out, uh, it's kind of bad. Because if we placed it where I placed it earlier, you don't really know the points for who the fuck that is. And in order to achieve the thing that I was wanting and have this, you basically need to have more space in between the cards, and you will basically end up with like less visual goals in one screen view compared to what you currently have somewhere in there that I've absolutely lost right now here. So yeah, not there. I'd rather have it at the bottom. That would make more sense. But yeah, um, I don't like it at all. I do not like it at all. I would rather have it in white, uh, if it's necessary to be there. But yeah, overall, it really depends on the background color that you would take, because also that font is not readable for me at all. Like it's really hard to read. But that's dyslexia. It's fine. It's fine. I can get with it. If you have the goal description here, I would say, yeah, the multiplier is a good idea for me, obviously. Um, and then the last point is this. I would probably do like, I mean, 16 is tiny. 16 is tiny. Um, but why not? That's a lot of people. That is a lot of people. And also, we don't have 2 lines of descriptions. So, you know, kind of bad, but that's a lot of people. And then, cool. So with that font specifically, you have a bit of an issue with the length of how much you can display things. And so right now, that gives us that amount. And these are supposed to be Hugging containers so that it makes sense, but because Figma is a bitch, I hate it. That is supposed to have content, and it's never the case. Like that's not like each each cell is supposed to take the thing, and it just doesn't. It just doesn't. So that is gonna be faster. Ooh, ooh, you. Um, yeah, you could, but that for that case specifically would be less Minecrafty. Um, but yes, you can. If you have a stroke that is like outside and that takes the color of the background or a white outline, um, so that this is like black for no reason, you can have that. It looks weird right there, but it's fine. That's the option, or that's one option. Um, no, won't keep. No one will have their real pictures anyways. So, yeah, you can. That's all I'm saying. You indeed can. God damn, every time I think that this is my sister, it's not, but they look similar. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Um, Something like this could potentially work if you get something that is like fine, but then again, I don't know if it's necessary. Um, and the other thing that I kind of want to have here would be uh, this. I'm going to use something weird. I don't think we have um, a check. But if you had like a check mark or something right there, you know, like something that states that this has been done is an option as well. Um, yeah, yeah, no, much better. I agree with that. I'm just like not designing right now. I'm throwing out ideas. That's about it. Like, not much more than that, to be honest. Nah. Wrong key. God damn. Why though? It's a good tool. It's pretty nice. No. Uh, I don't know if 3 makes more sense. It's just tighter for the title overall, so that's gonna be easier. Got they. Um, isn't it? Again, because I don't have the colors, I don't really know what we can do right here. I feel like if it's one of these brownish things, that why not? But other than that, like white on top of orange is not the best option. Has never been the best option. Will never be the best option. Maybe it depends. Um, but yeah. I would say the main issue that I will have here is the overlap. Makes a lot of sense if you have uh, like that type of situation, right? Um, that's the only time where it's okay to get an overlap, and then you kind of need to be at like 8 in at least 6 or 8 to overlap. But yeah. 97, 27. God damn it. 97? Uh. Uh. I mean, it's a bit of a mustard thing, which is fine. Daughter, hi, what funny? It is. It is. Yeah, 100%. 100%. So if I were to do that here and give myself 16, 16, you know, like that overlap is okay. It's a -4, we have -5, 6 above. So -6 is gonna give us this, and then they all have, technically speaking, we're supposed to get like a 1 separator so that we have the views and the viewport. But yeah. Um Again, going back to what I was saying earlier, I would be way more rounded because not Minecrafty, obviously, as we can see things here. But if you go into stuff like I think maybe not this one, but kind of this one, but not this one. A long time ago now. We're gonna scroll a bit. If we go into shit like Come on. Where the fuck you at? There. Um, into these ones. I don't know if it's still live. Oh, it's not live anymore. God damn it. God damn it. Ah. Nonetheless, if you go into shit like this in terms of UI and you know how things look, finding a font that works with that is really simple, and refining that font as well. Like, I think they have explained and showcased the font, the question, the things uh, that they have been working on for this. I wish the website was still on because that's pretty good and it's a good reference for you specifically for the thing that you're looking to achieve right now, based on the color that we see, based on you know all the things. Like all of that makes a lot of sense. Um, but yeah, now this has changed. This has changed. I'm so sad. Uh, that's pretty simple though. Not that. That's really simple. Devs. Bitch. Sorry. What? One second. You mean destroying this that right here inside? Yeah, that's pretty simple as well. No, it is. So it is August. August is just wild and just wants to do wild shit, and I don't like most of it. Uh, but I get it. Like they have made this website, which is taking a background color based on the time of day. So if it's like in the morning, or if it's uh, like midday when you come in for the first time, it's gonna be around here. So that's the type of crazy shit that they like to do, and that they love to have like weird ass things all over their website that makes absolutely no sense and that is absolutely useless. Like this is absolutely useless, but they love to have this, um, and they just do that all the time, and it's debatable. Like, uh, it's, uh, I know most people are finding it like really cool, but it's like if you have the slightest amount of um, issues with your readability or with your god damn it with your vision, like if you have vision impairment as we use all the time, and you have the need for high contrast, you're right. Hi, welcome on in. uh just just that, just like if you just need high contrast, you lose half of the fucking text. So you know. It's debatable. It's debatable. It's a thing. Uh, why you broken there? What happened? Nope, not that. Also, 1 second, and I will click on that link. I think I kind of know what it is, but yeah. Why are you wider here? You both 550. Did I remove half of you for no reason? Are you telling me I need to do that one by one again? No! What the fuck? It's supposed to be 275, 276, yes. I don't get it. It's fine. It's fine. It is fine. I don't care. Oh yeah, no. I mean, you also took this, which is, I mean, I don't know if you did that, but yeah, that's kind of wild. They did a lot of good things in the latest drop. Like this one was amazing. Um, and let me scroll back up. Yes. Yes. That's cute. That's also a very simple thing to do. Ah. But yes, it is shadows and other things. I mean, she did this thing that I like a lot. Um, like every time she shares some of the work that she's done. Um, what is this? Like these. Yes. But the one that she shared like 3 days ago, 4 days ago, of like I'm available for work, by the way, was really nice. I think it's on this one. Yeah, these ones, real cute. Real cute. You know, like it's neat, it's simple, it works. We do like this though. Hey, I like this shiny. I might take that shiny because now I can. Anyways, so that one, which is the thing that I had in mind, might be a good inspiration as a base for you. And if you wanted to get like that dithering type effect in the website for the event, I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing, but I'm scared now. um, yeah, no, these ones are really nice. I like these. I think it's useless. uh, Camden has been doing a lot of these as well, and if you have seen some of the file that he shared, like this one, where you have the master buttons file in Figma with all of the thing that is created by them specifically in terms of weird ass creations. They have like this whole file with all the thing that they have made, and in here, some of them make sense, like it's fine, whatever. But some of them just are like a bit over the top, which is fun. I think that could work for you specifically because of Minecraft and shit. But that you have shit like this or shit like that. Like what the fuck? Who who did they? Who decided that this was a good idea? Like these are cute as fuck. Um, like that's interesting of a concept, but I feel like it would be easier to have like a tuna can opener type of situation. Um, like these are nice as well, but also, you know, like, I mean, it makes sense, but goddamn. Also, yes, all of them have um, things that just make sense, you know, just just simple transition, just just small stuff, just small stuff. Ah, goddamn. I mean, it could be a slider. Like you can make it slider. It's the same thing that I did um, for the gauge, like the needle of the gauge right here. It's the same system, but yeah, like this one is kind of more crazy to be honest. Um, more crazy, bitch crazier, if you haven't seen it before. What are you saying? No. Is it just broken today? Like, just right there when I want to try it out? It is just broken, god damn it. This one is rotating, or was supposed to be rotating and rolling on itself, so, you know, that's the thing. I should just check stuff. No, it does work. It does work in one direction. Bitch. No. Oh, god damn. Yes, like that. The ball is rolling in a way that makes sense. You know. We have the code pen for this, if necessary. Um, if I remember correctly, the time or at the time where they created that was fuck me. Can you just drop design instead of dropping memes? That would be appreciated. Um, someone, I should go to Jay's website platform much faster. Thank you, appreciate it. They have done so. Jay, if you haven't followed Jay on Twitter, please do so. Is recreating a ton of these things and has been recreating this. So you do have the ability to get the SVG, the SVG, bitch, the goddamn, the code pen for this. Um, and yeah, it is somewhere. I just forgot where it is, but it is somewhere. And yeah, it's available. It's available. It's feasible, and Jay is doing it, so you get access to it all kind of free. As soon as you just open his CodePen place right there. Also, these are crazy, to be honest. Everything he's done so far that I've seen is just wild. It's just wild. Maybe he hasn't. It seems he hasn't. God dang, that's crazy. I think he would release it. Dang. Anyway, it's fine. But yeah, no, overall, I think these things, the dither is pretty simple. The easiest thing that you have, if you want to, just do something good in 3 seconds, just use this on the website. Like it's gonna change your life. This is this is just WebGL in a way that makes sense. Everything is just, you know, lightweight and very simple, and it works, and we like it. Look at it. Look at that thing. The reason why I'm saying that this is good and better than other things in some situations is because of how simple it is. Like you select your noise and then you just define the size of your things and the distance, and maybe you have some skew, some whatever, and then that thing specifically has an event potentially when on hover it does something specific, or Background is a bit of a different image, and it's a bit of a rotation or whatever, like all that. It's just, yeah. Um, yeah. What I mean is that it's easier for a bitch like me because I don't get it. You know, it might, yeah, probably. They. Anyways, but yeah, no, that's Unicorn Studio is really cool. Um, I wish it made sense. Again, it doesn't to me, but nonetheless, doesn't really matter. I don't think you would need this, but you could. So going back to what I was saying, easier for me to have like a real split in the middle rather than having two columns, to have cards, and then even if you decided to get like cards that are this size, like this height, I feel like it would make sense, like it would work uh, to like have the bitch. What the fuck? Get out. Like let's say you don't have this, and you don't have the description by default. You just have it. Like let's do 32. Right? Let's say you have this. That's your base situation, and it's a bit better. But no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. The reason why I wouldn't sort the completed one at the end is because if you end up having things that are done in, again, it's a contest where two teams are competing against each other, and you kind of want to make sure at a glance, right? Like you're here, and you're someone that is watching the stream. You want to know that this team has completed this thing, but this one didn't, and therefore you can compare both tables. So that's the thing. It's easier as well to know what has been done and what hasn't been done. But then you basically have a bit of a confusion layer by saying maybe if you have like the profile picture of who did it or something, I don't know, you will end up with okay, so this one is done, so we don't need to come to continue fighting to farm this thing, but um, yeah, but that's the thing that I think is also like the confusion layer that I kind of like to an extent, because you will confuse the teams that are trying to figure out what to do, and maybe if it's like against the time and you need to do as much as possible, and then you need to look through all of the goals that you have, all of the goals that you've done and the one that you haven't done yet, there is a bit of a hunt for what to do next that has the most points. That makes a bit of sense. Like it's the same thing as words on stream when you have the letters that are rotating and moving places so that it's just bothering you and you don't really can focus or can't focus, then. So maybe. For a contest, I would. Like there is a level of confusion that needs to happen for me to make sure that the other team doesn't succeed. Like that's the plan, right? It's just make it as easy as it can be so that people just understand. But also, why not make it a bit harder so that it's like that much um, more complex? Sorry, details. Um, the design is really bad. Let's be real. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. Um, but yeah, I would do. I think that the gauge and the needle is not necessarily a good idea. Like it works, but it's not necessarily good. Because you have the scores, and if you have the scores like side to side, it's going to be pretty good. But yeah, uh, that's and that's for Bad Cop. Right now, they have this website, and I'm proposing a different thing, like a bit more wild, I guess. Why do I have this enabled? That makes no sense. Sorry, you can't see that. Um, and Colin, that might not be good if it's for work. If it's for fun, I don't mind some confusions. But yeah, I think the layout overall is pretty okay. There are things that just would make more sense, like God, I really don't know about the profile picture on the card. Like that might be the only thing that I'm like, I don't know. Um, like the designer brain is really telling me no, that's not necessary. Um, like it won't benefit much. So I don't know. But yeah, that's the only thing. Um, I don't know. Like I mean, I see your point. You kind of want to have the ability to click on the person to get their Twitch, to get all the things if that's something that you are talking about earlier, streamer avatars and all that. There is always like a on hover, the zone expand, and so you can see the person clearly with the name and their tooltips and whatever. That's an option, but uh, I mean, yeah, exactly what we said at the exact same time. Yes, yes. The overlap also can be just tiny, if that's a thing, you know. Um, I again, I am not a dev at all, so I don't care usually when I'm looking for something that I don't know how to do, I'm just opening CodePen somewhere and I'm like, does that exist? And then I find something that does the thing that I want, and then I'm good. And then I'm good. Like for simple example, here on this scene, the the skull that is bouncing around. It's my logo that is just bouncing around. I just decided to go on CodePen and find like a DVD thing to see how it's done, and then I did that. That's it. I don't think it does. I don't think I can make it do that. It had the ability to get like multiple scores as well to bounce each other, kind of kiss. That would have been fun. But yeah, no, other than that, that would be great though. That would be great. Pong panel on both sides. I mean, which is basically the thing that I have on this on each of these things with the brackets. So yeah, that's the thing. Meanwhile, God damn, that's way too much pull-ups for one day. Oh, God damn. Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry. So. Anyways. So yeah, overall, I think that's pretty good of an idea to just reorganize things and make it make more sense. Um, I don't think, again, I don't think the font is a good idea. I think the font for the scores, why not? If I just enter, because I knew I made a mistake. The dyslexia took over. Yes, I had a feeling. I had a feeling something was wrong. Uh, obviously. Um, Gold titties, yes. The goal is always titties. Always. I mean, why complain? Um, 12 is a bit tiny, 16 is a bit small. Technically, you already are at like 16, so that kind of makes sense. And your numbers are at 16 as well, so you're good. It would work. It would work. You're welcome. That's what we do. Alright, that's what we do around here. I don't like the cards, to be honest. Design-wise, I don't like the cards at all. I think it should be different. Why not? Why not? Um, Let me try one. Let me try something different. So, if I'm getting this and this inside of one singular not layout frame. That is not going to be vertical but horizontal. This is going to take fill, and that is going to take, I guess, 24. Just tinier. Let's do 100%. This, make sure that that is centered, and then make sure this is down. Ah. I mean, I don't mind. At the end of the day, I don't care either. Like, it's a for you thing. So, you know, like, you decide what you want. 8 is going to be kind of tight, but let's do 6 on this. Let's do 4 on that. And let's add the fill of, let's do 10% for this one. That then get that. Which is really similar to what you're doing, by the way. Tirakan, hi, welcome. How is the day going? I'm making devs suffer. That's what we do today. Well, making sure that things can work. So, Bad Cop that is in chat has been doing this this website for a Minecraft event where 2 teams are going to compete against each other and have goals to achieve, individual goals per person, and team goals to achieve something, and then they gain points, and then the winner wins whatever. And I'm proposing a different design because I think it would make more sense. Obviously. But yeah, welcome back, Stony. You missed Holly. Holly stopped by, said hi to you, and you were not here. What a shame. Shit. Oh, such a force of habit. God damn it. So that's fine. 3. Yeah. That's a bit of a waste of space. But my goal here would be something that would be like a global thing. Like if you clicked on one, it would open all of them at once. And if you click on one to close it, it will close all of them at once. It's a bit of a global toggle that I just doesn't really bother you, and you have, because you said you would have more goals. That's the thing that that's the reason why I'm thinking about this, because it just, makes sense. And yeah, um, that's interesting. Also, the name is interesting. But yeah, that's a potential. I don't know. And the other thing that is what I was saying earlier, which is to me, like if you had multiple people that have achieved the same thing, you would have like an X2 or X3, like a multiplier for the amount. Um, so yeah, Kane, hi, welcome on in. How are you? On the other side of the planet, of the internet. How's the day going? Like shit like this could work. Specifically because it would just Привет. Welcome on in. I can't speak Russian, but I can read this. You're bored, Kane? That's kind of sad. I get it, though. It happens. Have you tried the LinkedIn profile banner templates? God, they brain. The brain right now. Um, I can't read that. I can't read that, sadly. So there is plenty. Also, I'm doing like a bit of a derail, but like, um, if you just look for LinkedIn as just LinkedIn, um, you will find some of these ones, for example, that are fun and kind of uncommon. Like most people are not doing this, but they are pretty useful to get a bit of an idea of what you could do. The thing that I'm looking at right here specifically is that it looks really, 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 really similar to something that I've done in the past. Um, and, you know, I'm not blaming anyone, but kind of. Yes, the multiplier needs to be like a sticker or something for sure, for sure. It needs to be a badge. Like the initial thing that I wanted to have was a badge, red badge with white outline, um, just on top, in the corner, like on the thing. But yeah. Hmm. You might have a bit of a hard time to figure out the banner size because of the sizing. Okay, that's might not be a good thing. Or I mean, might be a good thing, but also it might not be a good thing. Shit. Six? Six. think that could work to me. It would need something like a probably a bit smaller and a bit of a better X3 or time 3 or something. Maybe a different fonts to make it like more readable, um, more workable for, you know, whatever we have. But you know, things, things. Uh, could, could. I don't know how much, but yeah. Um, and Kane, I don't know if the open to work is a good idea. Um, it could, but uh, let me explain that. The open to work on LinkedIn specifically is not necessarily something that is viewed as a positive and mostly viewed as a, oh, that person can be hired for cheap because they need to be hired. So that's why I've never had it. Um, but yeah, like I would rather have um, like if you want to be hired as a freelancer, I would rather have you in your banner say 3 slots available for this month, something that is like updated or seems to be updated often. Or um, if it's something that you want to be hired as an employee, I would do something that is not necessarily um, like saying or stating that you're open to work, or rather you say uh, nothing and just be contacted. Just because it makes more sense. But yeah, um, could, could. Um, Denny, hi, welcome on in. I mean, what do you mean good night? It's 4 for you. What the fuck? I did that here. I forgot about that here. How they going? I see. I see. God damn, I almost did a fucking line. Amazing. How's everything, Benny? I mean, you said life's crazy and then you don't say anything. What the fuck are you talking about? Mm-hmm. 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 I've seen a lot, Kane, also. I've seen a lot. It's kind of complicated to have you on the other chat. That's crazy. I've seen a lot of people use the banner itself to create some shapes that are not supposed to be there. And at the same time, I have used in the past the creation of weird shapes to change how people perceive LinkedIn banners. So yeah, congrats, congrats on your first apartment, Betty. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. So, right, I have seen people do things like that's system based. It's not system based. Um, oh, it is system based. God damn, sorry, that was a bit flashy. Uh, let me flashbang you a second time. Um, I've seen some people do like the diagonal border things so that you have like the impression that either the profile picture is inside of the background or the other way around. The thing is, because it doesn't work when someone like me is in dark mode, um, then, no good. So, yeah, I wouldn't. Not much. Yeah. Um, I don't know if that's positive, Danny, but fine. Fine, fine, fine. Um, Also, finding it in 36 hours is pretty good. Um, that's pretty nice. Congrats. Congrats on the flat. That's for sure. That is for sure. Uh, I, I, I understand that. But yes, I would do something like as boring as it can be, just because of how no one looks at your profile for your banner, and it would makes like so much more sense to just go straight to the thing. Like the one that I'm using most of the time that I've used in the past is this one, which is by a French person, I think, and they have like some presentation of examples. I think that this is fine. Congrats. Congrats on coming back here. Okay. And some shit like this would work. Like that person specifically has done this profile picture thing where it looks weird. I don't like it, but like that stands out because it's a color that stands out. Um, and then this is the usual thing that we do. Uh, and it's the it's the basis. But yeah, like some really simple things would work. Job Zero, hi, what got him? From Brazil, what got him? Congratulations. If you don't know what I'm laughing, you are from Brazil and you are ensuring that the tradition remains. As in, if you are from Brazil, your first message or second message needs to contain the word from Brazil. So, good job. Welcome in. Welcome on in. If you have any design question, UI UX design question, feel free to ask. As always, I'm here to help. Um, but yeah, like all of the Brazilians in every chat that we have is first, second, sometime third, but usually first message is just, "Hey, I'm from Brazil," or just, "Hi, I'm from Brazil," and it's just like all the time. It's crazy. I like it. Welcome on in. I would have the same question, the usual thing that how did you find the stream, but I don't know if it's necessary. Shit like this, Kane, would work as well. Um, could be simple and work. Um, I'm looking at their things. Like I feel like again, the minimalistic way here is what I would go for, personally speaking, and then I would go for that because that's me. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, as simple as it can be, just because you know, uh, faster and so on. Just People just arrive on your page, they see what you do, they understand it, they move on, all that. So yeah. We do Framer stuff as well. So it happens. It happens. Um, when you said also, Denny, when you said the cutoff what was coming off, what are you talking about? And yes, wealth symbols is something that we know about. Not good, but we know about it. Back here though. So yeah, bad cop. I would do something like this. I think it's a bit of a mix of what you currently have plus what I did earlier to either have a button that is global related and basically just say um, open and close to have the description just seen unseen for all of them, or a global thing where you click on one and it expands all of them at once, and you click on whichever other and it just closes all of them at once. I feel like that's going to be easier. Um, as always, the goal for me here is going to have um, like as many goals as possible in the view and as many like understandable things as possible in the view. And then the multipliers, if it is, as said earlier, if this is like an individual task and someone can do it, and then the 15 people in the team can do it as well. Um, yeah, I think hover is distracting, and if I do this, for example, I'm going to do that really, really badly because I can. Let's say you have your description on hover and you're hovering something here. You're basically covering one or two other goals. So when you are going to try to move back up, your cursor is going to be on the hover thing, and so it's going to stay there because you are hovering the hover element tooltip thingy. So in order to remove this and see the thing underneath, you're going to need to go above so that the tooltip is moving to the one that is above to then go to the one that is under, and it's a bit of a mess. Um, so it doesn't have to. You can close it when you are out of this bound, I know. But even then, it's just weird to have something that is hidden by the content, like by something else that goes on top. Like to me, it's just, I don't like it. I would rather have the thing just open and just expand and contract. But yeah. Um, and John, if you have like links that you want to share, please do. Please do. Something like, yeah. I'm reading chat with a fat ass delay. Fat ass delay. Um, no. No. Going back to this, I think this would work. Changing the content of something while you are moving around is not a good idea. It's gonna end up in a bit of an issue in terms of readability and understanding. So I wouldn't. I wouldn't. No. No. Mm. Something's missing. Um, right here. Then in the chat. Right in the chat. Like everyone else. Well, on Discord, that's the only thing. Like I think that's the yeah on Twitter. That's fine. That also works. I need this though. I thank you. I'm gonna take a look. Can I do that though? Does that make sense to me? Don't ask. I mean, do ask, but don't ask. um, yes, I have gone off the rails. Sorry. I have not looked at the chat for a hot second. 1 second. Um, also bad call. No. That's the thing. What I'm doing on stream is done on stream, and you can recreate it afterwards. That's the plan. That's the plan. I think the texture is a bit too strong, but yeah. Yeah. need to remember that I have neighbors, and that's bad. It's bad for the neighbors. Not that I care, 'cause, you know, bitches. Maybe. Uh, I mean, it is a competition between the two, so I could see that happen. Um, I mean, competition, my ass. Yeah, I would see that. I could see that. I could see that. Nah. The thing that needs to be changed is going to be the numbers. These are okay, but they are not matching the rest of the design that I have right now, obviously, for obvious reasons. Um, but, I mean, they are black. That's oh, but already better. Uh, probably not that. The roundness of roundness. Oh, God, what's the name of this? K? No. uh, I mean, we could L1, but L1 is not good enough. We could. Um, what padding? There is no padding that needs to change here. The padding is good. What padding are you talking about? Um, sorry, I'm seeing things and I'm like, yeah, 100%. I mean, I guess the pixelated, ooh, pixelated one could work. Um, could work. I was talking about the fact that this is 48 on one side and 32 on the other side. Is that what you're talking about? Because if that's the case, then that's normal. We want to have a bit more distance because we have the lightning in the center. However, if you're talking about this, this is like an auto layout thing, so it is exactly mathematically spaced. Uh, but yeah, no, top and side are not the same. No, that is not the same. They are close to the same, not the same. Not by much, to be honest. Like it's just doesn't really matter. I would put it down, to be honest. It is 10:30, which I should be asleep because I'm going to the gym in like 6 hours technically. Such bad. that. Not true. Kinda. But yeah, I could see this potential. Um, Overall. Huh. Sorry. Why not? Why not? Yeah, that works. Cool. Can take a screenshot of that if you want. It's nice. Also, that absolutely broke. That's kind of sad. And in 1 second. Is supporting mobile? Good. Um, Mobile? Yeah. Alright. What you want? Goddamn. Um, that's cute. That's cute.
Your oral coats die down here.
I don't know if I like it. Specifics? Give me specifics, Denny, on what you want to, Um, that's pretty nice. We do say hi, yes. Yes, we do. It's just working. It's just working. That section is pretty nice. Like it looks premium, which is nice. The thing that is kind of sad. Deka, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on. Thank you for saying hi. So it looks premium. It looks nice. The thing is, it's not premium enough for me. But yeah, interesting. This timeline thing on the side is really cool. And then these images are the same, so you know. Whatever. These ones are fine. And I don't know what I think or how to think of this. I feel like it's good, but I also feel like it's kind of weird. It's missing something, and I don't know what it is. What do you mean by not premium enough? I mean, I arrive here and I'm like, oh, that's luxurious, and it's just $99. So, yeah, I spent that much on shampoo in the past. So that's not, like if it had, or if it was 999, I was like, I get it. I get it. If it was like 599, I was like, fine, it's premium. That makes sense. But yeah, Like 99, nah. Like it doesn't match. There is something that just doesn't well match. But yeah, here the thing that I have the most issue with is what Stoney said, which is basically it is empty, and the things have some dynamic movement. I would say, like the badge and this, they all have a bit of an angle or something, but that thing in the center, not really. And if you had the phone turned and the rest turned and maybe a bit more spaced out, um, that might work better. But yeah. Mm. Mhm. Did you see what I see? Mm? Mm, 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 mm. Ah, God damn it. You're gonna need to fix this. This micro movement. You see that divider? It it's just there. It's too high. It needs to be on the floor. Look at that. That's tiny. But yeah. Also it's not supposed to move, but you know. It doesn't really matter. Uh, as I said before, and I will say it again, and I will say it every time. The only time when a website is resized is the devs or the designer. Most people never resize their windows, and if they have a window that is like smaller than usual, they don't resize that window either. So this, a tad useless. The fact that it's flexible and fluid doesn't really like benefit anyone. But we like it. We like it. Anyway, so this is kind of weird. I wouldn't do anything about this. Um, these are cute, like they work. I would go back to the same thing as like what I said last time. This is really nice, but it's a bit overused when you have it here and there and here. Like I get it. It's a visual anchor and it makes sense. It's a bit repetitive and you know. Uh, and then this, I don't like this, but that's me. I really don't like these things. I like this, like when it's hand drawn thing. I don't like it when it's dashed plus dots. It's just it doesn't convey the same thing. Like this is sketches and you have guidelines and things. This is drop zone. Like dotted dashed line is drop zone, and then dotted anchors on the edges or on the corners is cyber, and that doesn't work with this. Oof, I'm so tired. God damn it. Um, I would say one thing on these, which are really good. So the images are really nice. The fact that they all have, what are you doing here? The fact they all have the same background underneath. I don't know if that's a good idea. Um, just a bit repetitive. It's the same. It's the logo, right? But maybe different. I know you have different waves and different plan path things. Just 2 to 3, like different things, like 1, 2, another one, like a third one, and then you can go back to the first one. That's not an issue because you don't see the same at the same time. But yeah, other than that, that's good. This is wild. This is a wild amount of blur. But I get it. Uh, yeah, no, it's good. Overall, good. Good. Anything else? Whoa, that's glitching as fuck. That's a lot of glitch. That's cute. Useless, but cute. Nah, that's nice. Yeah, no, overall good. Overall good. You said something earlier about the case studies. What? These are the case studies?
I'm not loyal to anybody. I'm a demon.
Maybe. Maybe not. Interesting. Mm.
I'm not loyal to anybody. I'm a demon.
Mm. I think overall it works. You might need like a bit more. Yes, you might need a bit more this. That might help. You can't see the TDs. That's still the same. Can't not available. No TDs for you. Where is this account? I know I liked one of their posts on purpose because I knew I wanted to talk about it here, and I forgot, as I always do. But it's somewhere around here, um, in between the TDs. I can't. I can't. No, I could. Like, obviously, this is like Instagram style thing, but it's just ass. Just ass all the time. It's not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be like sooner. Why can't I find this though? It's similar, but it's not the one I'm looking for. God damn it. There is a very specific account on Xiangshu that is doing layouts, and some of them are exactly what you're looking for right now. And so that's what I'm looking for it. But now, obviously, I can't find it because, you know.
I have no loyalty for anyone.
That one isn't the one that I'm looking for, I think. Yeah, no, not that one. It's similar, though. It's a similar account. Oh. Come on. It's not that far off. Like, I feel like I liked it today. That's the thing. It makes no sense. Huh. Makes no sense. Specifically because I can't find any of their other posts as well. Uh, right here. Like this one could have been, but that's not. That's not the account that I'm looking for specifically. God dang. I mean, when it doesn't do the thing that it's supposed to do, yes, 100%, I agree. I agree. It's a very specific account that is doing posts that are basically translated as. So they really don't teach you this in school. And they are sharing some really good uh, layout composition, and it's nice to have. And obviously, when I'm looking for it, I can't find it, and I don't see their stuff often. Um, however, however, last time I did that and we were looking for something, I couldn't find it, and then I opened my phone and I found it. So, you know, that. So, this account specifically, they might be interesting. It, again, might be complicated for you to get access to Xiaongshu based on where you are. It depends, but they have these things and these posts which are really good to show you basically the alignment recommendations based on the content. So you will see how, like here, for example, like this layout alignment makes sense. The weight of things makes sense. And the reason for that is because you have specific amount of like elements that are duplicated and reused. Obviously, most of this is after the fact, but thinking about the titles here and the distance that you want to have is the same, like a doubled plus the text double line that's on here, to get like nice enough distance in between everything, you know, all that type of situations. And so they have a ton of relationship between elements that you can take into consideration when you're building something to kind of understand. And some of them are a bit more complex than others, where the distance right here in between the good and morning is the x height plus spacing of the text that is used underneath. So you have like basically a 160% line height, but it's based on the x height of the characters. That's a bit of a method that helps you to, again, organize and align stuff. And there is a lot of these all the times with different grid types, with different things in the grid. Sometimes they make videos, sometimes they don't make videos. Nonetheless, it's nice. I'm not looking for the font thingy, no. I was looking for this. I was looking for that specifically. So, yeah. Good stuff. Overall, really good stuff. And if you have access to it, please take a look at it. As always, as these posts goes, there is a ton of reposts of the same content multiple times, but sometimes you have like a new post that pops in, and if you go back far enough, you will see some of the initial thing that they were doing, and it's pretty nice. Again, this is a Chinese website with Chinese people on it for Chinese people, so there is a ton of content that you will see that is Chinese based. But yeah, layers has been updated. That's what you're saying? Uh, 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 I don't like it. You could tell. Oh, it's just so bad. God dang. Yeah, no, I don't like it. Oh. Yeah, that's a dribble carousel type of situation plus Pinterest at the same time. Yeah. I mean, technically, they are all doing the same thing, right? Uh, like this is, God damn it, this is the layout that we have. Um, TikTok search is the same thing. Uh, so, you know, nah, nah, nah. Yeah, I don't. That's crazy though. That's crazy. Uh, yeah, I don't like it. It's just a copy of Twitter and other platforms. I don't think that's a good idea.
A flicker of light ignite.
I don't think that's a good idea.
A weary
Anyways, I
lost and torn.
need to sleep. But specifically, I need to charge my headphones because they are dying right now. So, yeah, the usual. The usual. Who have a good training session? It is. It is. If I didn't wake up at 6, I could continue. But, you know, can't do that. Again, we rated them last week, last Monday. On Monday. God damn. Um, yeah, I'm looking. I'm looking. I know that KSIM is there as well. But, yeah, KSIM is not the same as Stife. The same Stife.
A flicker of light ignite.
Good. So, as always, thanks a lot for being here. If you want to watch the VOD for some reason, join the YouTube channel. That would be highly appreciated. As always, there is the Figma Bootcamp. There is other videos popping up there from time to time when I have the time. And if you want to ask me a question when I'm not live, join the Discord. Highly appreciated. Much more efficient. And I should be back live on Friday, unless I'm dead like last week, in which case I won't, but technically I should be. So, yeah, as always, that's the thing. If you want to learn Japanese, best app in the market, it's mine. Not biased. And if you want to give me some money, you can sub here, but you can also
Mom?
buy a UI kit that, you know, makes sense. Anyways, enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink some things, be kind to each other. You know the drill. And I'll see you on Friday. Bad cop, congrats. Congrats on winning. You did good. You did good. Anyways, bye.